guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Jerry Barmash. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is condemning Saturday's shooting in Jacksonville and said that he spoke with the president of a nearby historically black university about additional security.
Targeting people due to their race has no place in the state of Florida.
The sheriff said a 21-year-old white man was racially motivated as he shot and killed 3 black people at a Dollar General. The victims are a 19-year-old man, a 29-year-old man, and a 52-year-old woman. President Biden denounced the attack as a potential hate crime, and the FBI is investigating the shooting. A second victim has died following a mass shooting at a bar in downtown Louisville early Sunday. Mayor Craig Greenberg said finding a way to end gun violence has to be a paramount concern.
We must do more. We can't keep doing the things the same way as they are and expect that gun violence in our city will go away.
4 other people were shot and remain hospitalized. 3 U.S. Marines are dead after their military aircraft went down in northern Australia Sunday during a training exercise. Officials say 23 Marines were aboard the Osprey V-22 that crashed. 5 other Marines were taken to a hospital in serious condition. The west coast of Florida could see a direct hit from Idalia when it strengthens into a hurricane by Tuesday. Forecasters say areas north of Tampa could see more than 4 inches of rain. Russia is confirming that Wagner Group mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash last week. There is no official word on a cause. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris will commemorate the 60th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s historic March on Washington. The two will meet with civil rights leaders and members of the King family Monday at the White House. Gran Turismo is likely to win the weekend box office, narrowly topping Barbie. This is USA News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com, for quite a while now. They're headquartered at Shiloh Ranch in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away vets who need help, and we can't let that happen. Please help support the Liberty Project.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Kind of like choosing Derek Jeter as the pinch hitter for your baseball team.
Jeter, you're in. We need a home run.
I'll give it a try. I've swung a bat once or twice.
That's out of here. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
California won the Little League World Series in dramatic fashion on Sunday. It was a walk-off home run to defeat the team from Curacao 6-5, and they overcame a 4-run deficit in the process. El Segundo becomes the first team from California to win it since 2011. The judge overseeing former President Trump's federal election case is expected to set a trial date on Monday. Trump's legal team has requested to postpone the trial until 2026 due to the amount of evidence his lawyers have to sort through. The Justice Department has pushed back on that request, arguing it would deny the public its right to a speedy trial. Special counsel Jack Smith's office is pushing for a January 2024 start date. Trump has been indicted over his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. There's a new vaccine to proactively deal with RSV.
A Breezvo, a single-dose shot, would be given to expectant mothers late in their pregnancy and trigger the development of antibodies that are passed to the fetus. It would then provide protection for about the first 6 months of the baby's life. RSV, a respiratory infection that causes cold-like symptoms, is common in young children. I'm Ryan Daniels.
The commander of the U.S. 7th Fleet says China's aggressive behavior in the South China Sea must be challenged and checked. Vice Admiral Carl Thomas's comments on Sunday followed the recent use of a water cannon against a Philippine vessel by China's Coast Guard. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Revive Health. Revive is an inexpensive alternative or supplement to traditional health care. It's perfect for independent contractors, gig workers, and small business owners. What you need is flexibility, portability, affordability, and ease of access. You also need convenient care that you can get anywhere. That's what Revive is. Affordable, flexible, portable, fast, simple, healthcare anywhere. Revive treats you like you are the CEO of your own Fortune 500 company. Usually you can only get access to a product like this
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, at midnight,
Jeans aren't one size.
And we really got a long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Well, would you look at that? Where'd the weekend go? Over already? Well, that means it's time to settle in, gather around the radio, kick off a brand new week. Oh, yeah, it will be the final week of August here as we begin looking toward Labor Day weekend. Kind of like the unofficial wrap-up of summertime. Yeah, speaking of wrapping up summertime, for the first time in a long time, literally months, we don't really have much of any excessive heat warnings. I should tell, in the southwestern USA, Southern California, southern Arizona, yeah, still hot in the southwest, but the big heat dome that has dominated the summer over Texas and the central states, kind of back and forth, north and south, is finally suppressed to where we're looking at just heat advisories to start the new week from south central and the southernmost southeastern Texas through the southern half of Louisiana, the southernmost portions of Mississippi, Alabama, and the western Florida panhandle. Finally, some relief. You know, much of last week we had here in the Ohio Valley excessive heat warnings and overnight lows that were hanging in the upper 70s. Looking at 67 degrees at this hour, about the clearest skies I've seen in quite some time. Based on the fact that I'm actually seeing more stars than I've seen in quite some time. Yeah, not dealing with the muggy, hazy conditions. It's kind of refreshing out there. So we'll take that. Meanwhile, there is some shower and thunderstorm activity slowing you down. We're not talking severe weather, just some pockets of heavier rain. In Virginia, south central Virginia, from right about Roanoke down to the North Carolina line, spotty showers through central North Carolina, as well as South Carolina. Again, in a few areas, we've got some pockets of heavier rain, but nothing reaching severe levels. From there, you're pretty quiet back to central Louisiana and east central Texas. All the activity, well, south and east of Dallas, north of Houston. Again, a few pockets of heavier showers in the mix there, but that'll slow you down just a little bit to start the new week here. But for a majority of the country, it's a pretty good night for a move in freight. Meanwhile, oh boy, all eyes begin to focus on Florida. Yeah, I've been talking through the past week about potential development there in the Gulf of Mexico. We do now have tropical storm Idalia, the newly named tropical storm, posing a pretty significant threat to Florida this week. And hurricane experts say this storm could rapidly strengthen into a powerful hurricane over the Gulf of Mexico before making landfall, again, in the Sunshine State. A high risk for impacts is now in place for a portion of Florida centered around the Big Bend region, bridging the Gulf Coast of the Panhandle and the Peninsula. This area at the moment will be at most risk for life-threatening, damaging winds, torrential rain, storm surge flooding as Idalia approaches as a hurricane about midweek this week. I mean, here we are entering Monday morning. There's not going to be a whole lot of time for boarding up and making preparations, and a distinct possibility we may see some mandatory evacuations in the next couple of days. A broader area across the southeast from Georgia to the Carolinas and Virginia is then forecast to be directly impacted by the storm later in the week. So it was Sunday morning, Tropical Depression 10 strengthened into Tropical Storm Idalia. As of afternoon, is just kind of meandering just to the east of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, packing sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. A rather slow, erratic motion expected to continue here into early Monday before this system begins to pick up steam, starts moving toward the eastern Gulf of Mexico, kind of actually threading the needle between the Yucatan and Cuba, which is going to keep it over the open waters. No hindrance from the mountains as far as tearing things down. It will continue to strengthen in the southern and eastern Gulf of Mexico. Remember, the water temperatures are boiling hot. Once this enters the Gulf, it's usually cannot exit without striking land somewhere. Indeed, the forecast for Idalia indicates a landfall as a hurricane in Florida by Wednesday. Now, in the lead up to that landfall, this thing could strengthen quickly. We're concerned that the system can strengthen rapidly until the point of landfall as it moves across those very high ocean temperatures in the Gulf. And this is going to pose an extra risk for Florida since preparations are going to have to be completed very quickly. Now, rapid intensification is defined as an increase of maximum sustained winds of at least 35 miles per hour in a 24-hour period or less. This quick strengthening right before landfall could pose an extra danger. The degree of preparation needed ahead of the storm's arrival may have to be elevated in the final hours. Now, ahead of impacting the U.S., Idalia will bring heavy rain, gusty winds, and rough surf to the Yucatan Peninsula and western Cuba as we get the new week started here. After that, what's up next? Florida becomes into the picture. Damaging winds 40 to 60 miles per hour across Florida and parts of the southeast. Closest to where the system makes landfall, you could have winds 80 to 100 miles per hour. I mean, the real key is going to be how quickly does this strengthen? Given the risk for rapid intensification, we could be talking 125 mile per hour winds near landfall, near the Panhandle and the Big Bend of Florida. It's not out of the question that this could become coming ashore as a major hurricane, as in Category 3, which would be winds from 111 to 129 miles per hour. Then flooding is a big concern, 4 to 8 inches of rain in that swath from northern Florida through the southeast. Rainfall totals in some areas could approach 18 inches. That would be major life-threatening flooding, since most of that rain is going to fall in like 12 hours or less. You always have the isolated tornadoes that can spin up east of the center of circulation. Ahead of Idalia's arrival, this is what they're advising right now. Residents and tourists, especially along the Gulf Coast, should begin preparations, have a plan in place to evacuate should that order be issued by local officials. Panama City, Mexico Beach, Apalachicola, Cedar Key, among the locations or along or near the Gulf Coast that are in the higher risk area. Now, of course, as we mentioned, we're rolling into that final week of summer. I would assume a lot of people had plans to be headed for the likes of the Gulf Coast, some of the beaches, for the long Labor Day holiday weekend coming on. I have a sneaky suspicion a lot of people are going to be altering their plans, changing plans, canceling destinations. Since right now landfall is still a couple days out, there is room for the storm to take a different path. That's why they have what they call the cone of uncertainty, which shows a larger area where the storm could realistically track, extending from the Tampa Bay area all the way west into the western Florida panhandle. Due to this, tourists and residents, not just near the storm's forecast path, need to closely monitor the progress here. Now, we've got tropical storm and hurricane watches likely to be issued by the National Hurricane Center, which I am seeing some of those along the Gulf Coast right there of Florida, the Big Bend area. Haven't seen hurricane watches in a while. First time for that region this year. Now, if you're looking ahead to head to the beaches along Florida's Gulf Coast, even along the southeast Atlantic coast, you're going to be dealing with rough surf, rip currents, days ahead of the storm's arrival. Keep in mind, well off to the east of the East Coast, there is Hurricane Franklin, which continues to strengthen. They're anticipating Franklin will be reaching Category 4 hurricane status well off the East Coast. But anytime you get a storm of that magnitude, Category 4, it's going to be sending big swells all the way to the East Coast, and that means strong rip currents as that storm is eventually expected to turn out to sea as we head into the Labor Day weekend. All right, so a lot to watch along the Gulf Coast here in the coming days. Midweek, not a whole lot of time for preparation. I know Governor DeSantis has canceled some travel plans. He's remaining. They've already kind of declared a state of emergency for some of those western counties in Florida in anticipation of the storm. So, all right, good to have you on board. Hope you had a good weekend. It was a beautiful weekend. Well, we did have quite a bit of cloud cover, but a very warm day there Friday. Turned out to be a good pool day. And Saturday, went out to the festival, had a big festival around the corner. A lot of folks had beautiful weather for that. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. We'll see who's on board on a back-to-work Monday just ahead, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, looks like 5-7 was on board out of the box there. Wrapping up the weekend. Copy the mail. There you go. Followed by Philly Dan. It's that time again. Yes, it is. They said the weather in Philly was pretty nice this weekend. Everybody stay safe out there, and let's get ready to roll. Hello, Debbie. Beautiful night for trucking in Montana. 65 degrees, a moonlit night. Yeah, the moon rapidly approaching full, right? Got a full moon. Yeah, let's see. The 30th, 31st. Yeah, that'll be the blue moon because we had the second full moon in the month of August coming up this week. All right. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. Hello, Larry. 71 degrees at the New York, New Jersey state line as we head to Hartford, Connecticut. Got a drop in Hook. All right. Morning, Jeff from New York City on board. Looking forward to another great show. Thank you much. What do you got there, Pappy? Breaker 19. Anyone got a bear report out there? Ain't seen no bears, but there's a County Mountie 10-7 on the side of his home, 20. Yeah, took the night. How about that? 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Let's get the week started. Crank it up, dial it up at 844-844-3388. Give us a bear report. All right, hammer down and be safe, all you nocturnal listeners. Are you with me? There's Rock Pick getting the week started. Hello, truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. There you go. It's a cool night, 58 degrees at the Rochester International Airport. Happy Monday, all you hard-working Americans. It's great to be awake for the overnight drive while much of the country is sleeping. Everybody watch out for the other drivers. Stay safe and enjoy out there. Let's see. Gerald said, Steve, I heard on the internet some 19 pilots closed down and filed for bankruptcy. Let's see. Chapter 11. What do you know about this? Because I stopped at one of them. Let's see. Kansas City. They had signs that said temporarily closed down. Couldn't get any fuel. Doors were locked. I don't know. Rubber Duck had said something about a location that was also shuttered. I'd see if I can find that a little bit further down here, I believe. There's Lauren Weeks, two-time world champion bull hauler. Cold and welcome 72 degrees at the Weiss compound. Got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck parked, and it's taken a much-needed rest. Hot blonde wife, less than 48 hours from going under the knife one last time. We are confident through God's providence this is the last one. I'll give an update on Tuesday. But thank you to the Overnight Drive Nation for the prayers and the concerns. We appreciate each and every one of you. Very special shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the hometown of Marlin Perkins. All right, Sergeant MacGyver checking in from Tacoma, Washington tonight. It's a clear night, 72 degrees. Good morning, Steve. All the Overnight Drive family safe travels to those that keep America rolling. Hello, Timothy. A little rainy night here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Some of those scattered showers. Yes, indeed. At least you're not dealing with severe weather, right? Hello, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Still a warm 79 degrees. It was another hot one here today. Looks like we are going to cool off a bit. At least at the moment, the way that storm's tracking doesn't like we're in line to get very much out of it. Got back from Laredo late Saturday. Going to be doing some local stuff this week. I got some personal business to handle, all or most of the day Tuesday. So I won't be listening in Monday night. I've got to get up mighty early, but I hope it goes our way. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, business to tend to. I know it was kind of a crazy week last week. Hope everything went well with your customer there in Texas. Had to make that emergency run. Hello, John Ferguson. Howdy, everybody. I've been away for a while. Delivered to Decatur, Georgia earlier. And now we wait till the broker load boards and the 9-to-5ers decide what they want, if they want to work on Monday. Hey, we're talking some storms developing in the Atlanta area. I ought to be able to sleep real good with that rain on the old Peterbilt roof. Stay safe and dry tonight. All right. And hello to Kevin there. Good to have you on board. All right. So welcome in. What do we got here? Updates from Maui, the very latest. Of course, the mug shot that set the world afire over the weekend. Is that comical or what? Yeah, the fact that after Trump turned himself in last Thursday and the Democrats were just so ecstatic about the release of the mugshot, recall, but quickly becoming clear that this image, like so many other things, has seriously backfired on the liberals. Trump immediately turned the release of the mugshot into a huge windfall in campaign donations. The ex-president parlayed the photo into a $7.1 million in donations in the few days since he was booked on the charges there in Georgia. Matter of fact, Trump reportedly raised an incredible $4.18 million in just the first 24 hours after the photo was released. That's the highest he's raised in any 24-hour period of his campaign, raking in millions in merchandise sales, T-shirts, coffee mugs, other items with the mugshot. My. Backfire. I can't help but laugh. But more on that coming up. First, we got to get to a news break, and we'll get to your calls on a Monday, right? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. A crash during a training exercise in northern Australia has killed 3 U.S. Marines. Officials say recovery efforts are ongoing and the cause of the crash remains under investigation. The Jacksonville County Sheriff says guns used in Saturday's shooting were all legally purchased. The FBI is investigating it as a hate crime. 3 people were killed at a dollar store in Jacksonville. President Biden said of the shooting, quote, "White supremacy has no place in America." Governor Ron DeSantis is urging Floridians who live on the West Coast to get ready for Tropical Storm Idalia. It's expected to make landfall Tuesday as a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane. A senior official with President Biden's re-election campaign says there will be no focus on legal issues surrounding Hunter Biden or former President Trump. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, over on the screen chat. Yeah, Lauren Weiss kind of pointed out that the overall Pilot Flying J Corporation is fine. It's the rest of the story from Yahoo News. 19 what they call MEX Center, MEX Center outlets that were Pilot branded in their fuel sales have indeed closed bankruptcy. It's Mountain Express Oil, based out of Alpharetta, Georgia. It's a wholesale fuels and retail outlet operator, filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Back in March, now this past week, I guess, that Chapter 11 was converted to a Chapter 7 petition, which means a liquidation of the company. A statement posted on their website way back in March announcing the Chapter 11 filing. Mountain Express also said they'd entered into a joint venture with Knoxville's Pilot Flying J to become Pilot's largest dealer in the U.S. But according to a spokeswoman for Pilot, the MEX centers are dealer locations. They operate and own the stores. Pilot provides the fuel, sold through dispensers that are Pilot branded under a Pilot canopy. She added the locations were part of Pilot's network, allowing guests to use awards at the locations. Nonetheless, Mountain Express Oil and its affiliates are ceasing operations now due to Chapter 7 liquidation bankruptcy, according to the FreightWaves report. As a result, 19 of the dealers' locations in the network are temporarily closed. Pilot Company will continue serving our valued customers at our more than 800 locations across North America. Screenshots circulated over the weekend, signed by David Hughes, Pilot's senior vice president for sales, listed 19 outlets that Hughes said were ceasing operations due to the Mountain Express bankruptcy. Now, they did describe the closures as temporary, with a list of alternate Pilot sites that customers could visit. So I guess somebody going to buy them up, I reckon. I mean, they've got more to the story here, but what are we looking at? Let's see. Cossetta, Alabama, Blytheville, Arkansas, 2 in Minden, Louisiana, 2 in Haiti, Missouri. Let's see, St. Genevieve, Missouri. You've got Rockingham, North Carolina, Seagrove, North Carolina, Hazleton, Pennsylvania, Birmingham, Alabama, Kansas City, Kansas, LaPlace, Louisiana, St. Rose, Louisiana, Monroe, North Carolina, Williston, North Dakota, Pine Groves, Pennsylvania, and Grand Forks, North Dakota. Those locations shuttered. So if those, any on that list there are your typical stops, find an alternate stop for the time being, right? What do you say? Horse feathers on a Monday morning. What's going on?
Hey, Your Honor. I don't know. Are you still calling it the greatest day of the week?
Well, according to Captain Ron, yeah. Uh-huh.
All right. Well, anyways, after that, I guess we wish you all the best there to the hot blonde wife there for Lauren Weiss there.
Yes.
So hopefully everything comes out all right with that. So anyways, hey, do you remember when President Trump there took the office there? I believe, what was it? Let's see, it would have been 17 January. Yeah, it would have been like January of 17, right? The election was in 16. He was inaugurated in 17. Do you remember what he had for a salary paid by the United States taxpayers?
I know that salary throughout the entire 4 years was donated to charities.
There you go. So he actually had zero compensation for his 4 years in office. Do you know how much money he made from his businesses? You know how much money income did he have from his businesses for those 4 years?
Now that I would not have a clue.
Well, didn't he have to sign off, and he had to sign something off, and step down as being the top executive, right? Didn't he have to sign over?
Oh yeah.
Either to his son or son-in-law. So he wasn't the man in charge. He wasn't the one making the. And now from one picture, he's capitalizing that much from one picture. Hey, I got a business proposal for him, and if he's listening, and one of his executives or somebody's listening, just think what it would be to have a morning mugshot mug. You get your coffee mug there, and you have the big picture of President Trump on one side, and then is the 18 other people that had their mug shots taken on the other side of the mug. Just think how that coffee mug would look sitting on your kitchen table drinking your coffee in the morning. I think that'd be pretty hilarious. I bet you they'd sell a bunch of them. They could capitalize on that like they were selling hotcakes.
Morning mugshot. There you go.
The morning mugshot mug. Yep. So why do they always compare everything to selling hotcakes? How does that work? Do they sell that many Can we check to see how many hotcakes they sell every day? Does it?
Hey, I guarantee that's a big number. Big.
There you go. So, but anyway, so I don't know what else we got going for you. I guess Gilligan's not getting wet tonight because tonight ain't his night to be out there in the Roanoke area going south on 81. So you ain't gonna hear anything about Reese cups melting in the rain or anything, I guess. I don't know. Is that rain coming? Is that coming any further east? I mean, I'm down here a little bit north of Richmond and can still see the moon trying to push through the clouds. There's clouds up there, but you can still kind of see the moon trying to push through. So I didn't know if it's coming that far east on us or how that's working.
It's almost like these showers are almost stationary. I mean, they're barely moving, just kind of parked over the same areas, gradually moving like east, northeast. But I think you're going to stay dry.
Yeah, I might have a possibility. It looks like I've seen some dampness on the highways in spots, so I didn't know. So maybe we'll get lucky and stay dry out of it. But any word on? Do we have any launches scheduled down there in Florida? Did we get that one off that was delayed the other night there?
I neglected to double check on that. I will have to pull that up and see if they did get that off.
All right, that was a SpaceX launch, wasn't it? To take people up to the space station. So maybe Elon Musk decided to give the middle fingers to NASA and the United States government after all that deal there of you know, the DOJ coming down on them for not having the refugees and the amnesty seekers. You know what I think you ought to do? I think you ought to say, fine, you want refugees and amnesty seekers? Well, we're just going to fill mission control up with them there. We'll put them all in there, and we'll let them run the whole business, and let's see how that works out for us. I don't know. Yeah, it's either that, or else you ought to just give them the two middle fingers and just say, "Yep, we're parking everything for a while. You figure out how to get back and forth." I don't know. But I know he still wants to get his Starlink stuff up.
I tuned into some of that discussion over the week. His attorneys were describing the fact that these amnesty and refugees, there's no way to do a valid background check on them. Many they don't have authentic Social Security numbers. In many cases, you don't know who the hell they are.
Yeah, maybe we should use all the Asian ones there. There'd be all the Chinese and North Koreans, right? Getting all the top secrets, and well, they can just load them up in the Biden Corvette there and haul them all home, right? I don't know. I don't know. It's a crazy world. We used to say that. It's gone so far past crazy. I don't even know where to go. Speaking of crazy and don't know where to go, has President Biden, he's been making any more comments lately, any more things that just to make the voting public happy with him? I hear he's not going to talk about Hunter or President Trump's criminal problems there. So what else is there to talk about at this point? Has he come out with anything else yet to say that just to make the voting public happy?
I think the latest is, which we'll get to in a bit. We're gonna actually we're gonna create a new vaccine, one that works, was his quote. Which means, in other words, if you're saying the other one obviously didn't work, did you catch that? That's what he said. He said, we're going to create one that works.
Now, wait a minute. Is that the vaccine? Is the one that didn't work the one that he required the United States military and every federal worker to get, or else they lose their...
That would be the one. Isn't that something? And by the way, when they get this new one, when the new one's ready, everybody's going to get it.
We are.
Yeah.
How are we doing that? Who's gonna make us do that?
That's what he said. Everybody's gonna get it. So there you go. Things that will make the voting populace very happy.
Yeah. I know he's done so well there, taking care of the people in Hawaii and making all the people in Hawaii want to vote for him with everything he's been coming out with lately. So I figured he'd do something out there to really help the rest of the country be excited for him. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about all I can tease you into. I don't know. We don't have whole lot more than that going on. So
well, it is a Monday, so that's a pretty typical thing. It's something like welcome to the greatest day of the week.
Happy greatest day of the week. Yeah, they had that rocket launch at 3, whatever it was, Saturday morning. I didn't get up for that one.
Yeah, me either.
But I saw the one Saturday night at 9 o'clock. I saw it from the house. But did you see that slip on the NASCAR race?
The
Brian Priest did?
Oh, yes. Yeah, man. But what a violent crash that was.
That was a big one. I'm surprised the car held up as good as it did, though. I thought it did a good job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like Davey Allison's or Rusty Wallace's clips or any of them, but I thought it did a pretty good job. Did you notice there was no flyover for that race?
I did not tune in for the race, so no, I did not know why. Why did they not have a flyover?
Because of that rocket launch was what I heard.
Okay. The airspace shut down.
But I don't know what that would have had an effect, because I think the race started a couple hours before that launch was. I know we went outside to watch it. That was during the race. I thought that was kind of, I can't remember not ever having no flyover. But anyway, I guess I got a storm cloud going by us today or tomorrow or something.
Storm cloud, yeah, maybe probably Hurricane Idalia.
They're not getting too excited around Tampa Bay. It doesn't seem like. I expect it to go Gainesville, maybe the Big Bend area, but we'll probably get 4 inches of rain or so. But you get 50 miles inland, they're only going to get like half an inch to an inch of rain. It's just going to be right along the coast. At least for us.
Yeah, you got to remember how these things tend to change. It all depends on how rapidly it intensifies, you know? I mean, but it.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, well,
they are depicting it. It's gonna pick up forward motion. I mean, Tuesday it's gonna be kind of meandering through the day Tuesday, but when it comes in Wednesday morning, it's all the way off the coast of South Carolina by Wednesday evening. So it's going to be moving along at a pretty swift pace, and that should keep down the rainfall numbers.
Right. Is it? I haven't paid a whole lot of attention. Is it going to go back out to sea, or is it going to just kind of die off?
I mean, the center of the models has it kind of crossing right over the Big Bend area, then crossing back out into the the western Atlantic, off the coast of South Carolina, then kind of continuing up off the coast of North Carolina Thursday, Friday but they're not expecting it to re-intensify much, just a tropical storm.
Yeah. Well, that'd be good. But, well, I guess that's about all I've got. Thanks for taking my call, and greatest day of the week.
Thank you very much, Captain Ron. Have a good week. We'll try to keep you up to speed with the latest. Obviously, these forecast models, they always change several days out. All right. Indeed, there's the report. Cape Canaveral, SpaceX launching the diverse international crew of astronauts toward the International Space Station Saturday morning, early Saturday, 3:27 a.m. I was snoozing at the time. All right, on the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, Endurance, a journey that takes about 30 hours. So once they get to the orbital lab, which they did Sunday morning, they have now begun a 6-month stint of science investigations, station maintenance, as part of the Expedition 69 and 70. SpaceX, thanks for the ride. It was awesome, was the word from the Crew 7 commander. We may have 4 crew members on board from 4 different nations, which is Denmark, Japan, Russia, and the United States. But we are a united team with a common mission. So there you go. Everything went off safely. All right, get a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. So Sunday they pretty much, they concluded what they call the regular season in NASCAR. So now it's off to kind of like the playoffs. 16 drivers in the field for, I believe it's the next 4 races, which is then whittled down to 12 for the next 4 races. Then it's 8, and then I guess you get that final 4 drivers in line for that championship race there. And I'm not even sure where that final race is going to. Used to be wasn't it down in Florida every year, but they've kind of changed that around. I've lost track. But one incredible crash. Ryan Preece. It's amazing how obviously the ride that he took, it's incredible that he was able to walk away. They did, of course, send him to the hospital to make sure, but he's been released after flipping. I don't know how many times that car went over in the grass there at Daytona, but scary moments there. And it looks like the big one in yesterday's race was at the end of stage 2. Multiple cars were collected there, but meanwhile, back to the backfiring of the mugshot. Trump's campaign raking in millions in merchandise sale. Trump himself actually kicked off the fundraising effort with a post on X urging supporters to go to his campaign website. Now, they say an important point needs to be made about his fundraising. Trump is the choice of regular Americans, if one can make that extrapolation from his donors. While many politicians reap much of their campaign cash from the super rich, the deep-pocketed donors, much of Trump's campaign donations come from what they call the small donors, those giving $100 or less at a time. NBC News added that Trump's data shows he has received small donations from 400,000 supporters since June. And that includes more than 115,000 new online donors who joined the fold the week surrounding the New York indictment, plus another 29,000 who gave for the first time in the 24 campaign after the indictment in Miami. For comparison, former UN ambassador, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and Senator Tim Scott only had about 40,000 small donors apiece. And former Vice President Mike Pence, what a joke, had less than 3,000. Yeah, so more than 400,000, the small donors, but the Mike Pence one, how about that, 3,000? All right, meanwhile, hey, it's not ready yet, but they're taking pre-orders. Get ready for the Trump mugshot bobblehead. It will soon be a bobblehead you can buy, the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum. In an announcement Friday, said the bobblehead is available for pre-order at its online store for $30. Whether you're a Donald Trump backer or detractor, the first mugshot of a former president is a historic moment that deserves a bobblehead. This mugshot will be one of the most iconic images, and a bobblehead commemorating the moment is sure to be popular. Other bobbleheads produced by the museum include King Charles III, Amelia Earhart, a number of others, but get ready for your Trump bobblehead, mugshot bobblehead.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis repeated his condemnation of a shooter who killed 3 black shoppers in a Jacksonville Dollar General on Saturday. He says he spoke with the president of nearby Edward Waters University about boosting security.
We're not going to allow in the state of Florida our HBCUs to be targets for hateful lunatics like the guy yesterday.
The Jacksonville sheriff says the 21-year-old white gunman tried to get on the campus of the historically black university and moved on to the store when he was turned away. The victims have been identified as a 19-year-old man, a 29-year-old man, and a 52-year-old woman. Police in Louisville, Kentucky are investigating a Sunday morning shooting that killed 2 people and injured 5 others. It happened overnight near a downtown bar. An aircraft crash killed 3 Marines Sunday during a training exercise in Australia. 5 other service members were taken to a hospital in serious condition. Republican presidential candidate Asa Hutchinson is proud that he stood up against former President Trump at last week's debate.
Whether I get booed in the audience, the relevant factor is our country, it's our party, it's about standing on the principles that you believe in.
Speaking on CNN State of the Union, the former Arkansas governor said he was surprised that virtually all of the other candidates on the debate stage said they would support a convicted Trump as the nominee. An attorney for Trump says there's no need for him to prepare for any trials.
What is he going to have to be prepped for? The truth? You don't have to prep much when you've done nothing wrong.
Elena Haba on Fox News Sunday also accused Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis of coordinating with the Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith in preparing her indictment of the former president. Forecasters say the west coast of Florida could see a hurricane make landfall by Wednesday. This is USA News.
Hey there, this is Brant along with Sherry.
Hi.
And maybe you've heard about MediShare. Maybe you heard me talking about it. Well, Sherry helps produce these spots about MediShare. So people ask us, does this actually work? Is this really a great option for my health care? And honestly, the answer is yes.
Yes,
For
it
real,
is.
yes.
You know what? It's funny too because a lot of people are fed up with their current arrangement, or they're looking to save money, but they're hesitant, right? I'm like, MediShare has been doing this for 30
Right.
years. I think you can trust that,
You
right?
can't. MediShare really is the gold standard for this healthcare sharing thing too. And I've done it, you've done it, and people are really happy after they make the switch. I keep talking about the member satisfaction rate. It's real. It's like double that of health insurance.
I have loved it. They're professional and they care. That in and of itself is refreshing.
We could change your name to MediSherry.
That's
cool.
yeah, that's interesting.
Cool marketing thing.
Sure.
It's not going to happen. You can save a ton and be really happy with it. They're great to talk to. Call them now. They really are. Just call this number, 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE, 833-34-BIBLE.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging West Coast residents to plan for Tropical Storm Idalia. It's expected to make landfall Tuesday or Wednesday as a Category 1 or 2 hurricane in the Big Bend area, with cities such as Tallahassee potentially in its path.
But these things can shift. There's still some uncertainty out there. So please just heed the warnings of your local officials. Continue to watch the news.
Parts of Florida could get soaked with up to 6 inches of rain. Russia is confirming that Wagner Group mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash last week. Russian authorities say genetic tests confirm he was one of 10 people on board. No cause was given. When the iPhone 15 launches in the coming weeks, it will likely have a feature no iPhone has had in more than a decade.
The exclusive Lightning port, which has been a familiar feature for iPhone users ever since its introduction in 2012, is set to be replaced by the widely used USB-C connector found on the majority of other smartphone models. This change will bring an end to the search for an iPhone charging cable when you're visiting a friend's place dominated by Android devices. I'm John Schaefer.
NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 is starting a 6-month stay at the International Space Station. The 4 astronauts aboard the Dragon capsule Endurance completed their nearly 30-hour journey after Saturday's launch from the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, folks. This is Wayne Allen Root. I know you've heard me talk about the Liberty Projects and their wonderful website, vetsandhorses.com, for quite a while now. They're headquartered at Shiloh Ranch in southern Nevada. Shiloh Ranch was the late actor Tony Curtis's horse rescue ranch. The Liberty Projects purchased the property and has repurposed it for multiple military vet programs, including rescuing and training wild Mustangs. The program is so successful, they're turning away vets who need help, and we can't let that happen. Please help support the Liberty Project.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, I do believe that's how we kick off round number 2. All right, welcome into a Monday. What do we have? Get some of our industry headlines here. Well, it's not the kind of thing you see every day. What a surprise. A hot air balloon making an emergency landing in a highway median in Vermont. Apparently, after becoming stalled in flight, 5 people were aboard for the Sunset Ride last week. when the pilot was able to land the craft safely on the Interstate 91 median in Hartford. Drivers reported the balloon was hovering about 30 feet in the air over the road before it landed, according to the fire department. They did briefly shut down traffic for about 20 minutes while the balloon was landing. The pilot in command of the aircraft made a precautionary decision as sunset was nearing to land safely rather than taking unnecessary risk. We informed local authorities and officials prior to landing, told them our intentions so they could assist and ensure a safe landing, which indeed they did. Balloonist Chris Ritland did a good job landing the balloon safely, avoiding any issues, according to the fire department. A couple of years ago, a hot air balloon pilot and designer died in Bradford, Vermont, after they got tangled up in gear underneath the basket and fell into a field. But yeah, once the sun goes down, it could be a definitely risky business up there. All right, a small business in the Buckeye State recently upgraded their parking lot specifically to welcome truckers to their store. Beyond Measure Meat Market, which is a bulk food and deli in Greenwich, Ohio, recently took to Facebook with a refreshing message, welcoming truckers to their new truck-friendly parking lot. Yay, our parking lot has officially expanded. It is now twice as wide. We hope this will let anyone who travels in semi-trucks or RVs be able to visit us. While it's pretty simple, the message is very different from many businesses, neighborhoods, and towns around the country who frequently persecute truckers for just doing your job and bringing them everything they need. Beyond Measure Meat Market does not only strive to serve everyone, including truckers, their Amish-style meats. We've even set up a church and even an apartment building to help former Amish men and women to assimilate into modern Western society. And the meat market there apparently helps fund those endeavors. All right, get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. First, see what's going on with 5-7 as we get the new week underway. Hey there.
Well, good morning. Horse feathers. That idea, I don't know if that was a spoof or what on my Facebook page, but I already seen a mug shot, coffee mug, and I didn't pay that close attention if they were selling one already or what.
Yeah.
Or if you could order one, but you knew it was coming. Face it. I was expecting, hair all mussed up or, doing, something very disrespectful. He just looked ticked off. It's so cool. Oh, okay. On a Facebook discussion, just a short one, fellow made point that this was not, the motorcade from Trump's plane to the courthouse there in Fulton County. It was not protocol. I mean, he shouldn't have had the motorcycle escort, the full shebang. Now I don't know what the protocols are, so I can't sit here and say I know everything about it.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember seeing Biden's vice presidential motorcade. They stopped us on the bridge. They stopped the interstate, and he come down here during the funeral of the firefighters that were burned up in the furniture warehouse fire down here in Charleston, South Carolina. And I remember the motorcade. I remember it was very impressive. You can see where our politicians, vice president and president, get pretty big ego being treated with that much affair,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm thinking I made mention of this. Well, maybe that wasn't the protocol. But we all know a police officer that comes on every now and then. He said he was angry, and and you can't use the excuse I was just doing my job. But got to wonder, did they give him the full presidential treatment just sort of to snub the county prosecutors? I mean, think about it. There's no way they wanted their Trump to be, they would have just had him come in a jail wagon,
Right.
There's no way they would have wanted him to come in like that with that much fare. And plus, the neighborhood where I posted on your fan page, it was a black neighborhood they were coming through, and all these people that were there were hollering out "Free Trump, free Trump." So if that's an example, maybe this ain't going to be a bad deal because he might have a whole lot more people for him in Atlanta than you think. Also, it's a waste of time. I don't believe any of this stuff's going to pass muster in the Supreme Court.
Right.
So, including Rudy Giuliani, it's going to cost a lot of money for these people. And in my opinion, I believe they all should sue the Democrat Party because they're the ones that's doing this. And that maybe if you get recourse, that's the only way you're going to get recourse, is go after the Democrat Party pot of gold, I guess, and try to recuperate and restore these gentlemen's lives. But hey, one day you might need a lawyer. All I got to say is thank you, Democrats and Biden, after what they've done to Trump. Listen, don't say anything to your lawyer that you don't want out in court, and that's a shame. Don't say anything to cops, and don't say anything. It's up to them to prove you did something, not you to tell them anything. And but right now the lawyer-client privilege has totally been violated. Lord, if they don't go after the lawyer, they'll go after where the law firm where the lawyer's working out of. So that's all I got to say is I do not believe this stuff's going to go muster, and that's the only way I can see them actually locking down, because you're not going to see Biden in jail in a Jones jumpsuit. We don't do that to our presidents. We might, and by the time they ever get him to the courthouse or even this so-called impeachment, he ain't going to be sitting there doing nothing but wondering, well, jail, do they have little girls there that can sniff hair and ice cream? So, what? You know what I'm saying?
I love my mint chocolate chip. Isn't that his favorite chocolate chip ice cream? Yeah.
Yeah, more on that. All right, we go sit back, cover the mail, and enjoy the rest of the program, and try not to bother you anymore. But it's a great start already.
Here is a Monday, 10-4. All right. Yeah. Scott just shared a little post. He said, I'm just putting this out there. And it says, arson is not climate change. Well, that would be true. What sort of significance might that statement have? Well, let me share this with you. Of course, we've all been following, the blazes in Maui, and we know it was the winds and more than likely the power lines. But you go back, some really weird things had been happening in Canada when you have numerous blazes. I mean, to the tune of a dozen or more, all starting in various regions. Up in northeast Canada, all in the same day. Just seemed very odd. I wonder if there's some similarities there as to what had taken place. I know we didn't talk about it a whole lot, but you probably had seen in the headlines the massive wildfires in Greece this summer. And lo and behold, Greek officials have arrested 160 people on arson charges for the wildfires that have been ravaging Greece all summer long. Now, all summer long, the media has pretty much exclusively been blaming the Greek fires on climate change. Wildfires have scorched Greece this summer. In the past week, at least 21 people, including 2 children, lost their lives in connection with the wildfires. Fire department spokesman said 60 firefighters have been injured attempting to extinguish that blaze as of Thursday. Firefighters were battling 99 separate wildfires across the country on Wednesday, which have forced numerous evacuations all summer long, including the main hospital in northeastern Greece. The European Union's Commissioner for Crisis Management said more than 180,000 acres had burned in the port city of Alexandroupolis, the largest wildfire ever recorded among European Union countries. Now, the government spokesperson said 160 people have been arrested across the country on arson charges, 42 of them accused of intentional arson, the remainder being accused of setting fires through neglect. The culprits will face justice. Now, the Associated Press reported police searched the home of one alleged arsonist suspected of setting at least, how many fires? Found kindling, a fire torch gun, and pine needles. The climate crisis and civil protection minister called these fire-starting suspects arsonists scum. You're committing a crime against the country. Arsonist scum are setting fires, threatening forest, property, and most of all, human lives. Now, I said, you will not get away with it. We will find you. You will be held accountable. But that's a lot of people lighting fires. Now, we all know the media has pretty much exclusively blamed climate change. Just a few weeks ago, CNN ran an article entitled, "Why Wildfires Happen," debunking the myth that arson is to blame more than climate change. Turns out that is false. The BBC declared summer wildfires are common in Greece. Scientists have linked the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, including heat waves, to climate change. Now, there's a number of articles that mention climate change. They do not use the word arson at all. Earlier this month, NBC News published an article with the headline, "Greek Wildfires, the Harsh Reality of Climate Change, Experts Warn." Politico Europe proclaimed last month hundreds of people have been evacuated as wildfires rage in Greece and southern Europe, facing another week of sweltering above normal temperatures that experts say is linked to climate change. In an opinion piece from The Guardian entitled "The Lesson from Greece Wildfires," the climate crisis is coming for all of us. New York Times last month, the fiercest wildfires have hit only parts of a few islands, but the effects of climate change pose a far wider threat to Greece tourism. 160 arrests, 42 arsonists, actual intentional fire setters throughout Greece. And we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here, 23 past the hour, and plenty of room for you on a Monday at 844-844-3388. All right, according to the Weather Channel, kind of answering Captain Ron's question, Florida residents would like to know, how strong could this system become? Idalia. Yeah, all we know is the Gulf of Mexico waters, they've been talking all summer, are very, very warm, even by late August standards. Yeah, typically, you get tropical storms, hurricanes that begin to churn those waters up. It's the upper levels, the top few inches that really get warm. It's not like the deep waters are exceptionally warm. We had Tropical Storm Harold, which didn't do a whole lot to cool off the Gulf, particularly in the path of Idalia, because remember, Harold developed right there, real close to the coast, the East Coast there in southern Texas. It was not over pretty much the central and eastern Gulf. Idalia may get a boost from its track over the Gulf of Mexico, the Loop Current, which is a northward flowing ribbon of deeper, warmer water from the western Caribbean that flows into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. All the other factors equal, warmer water can provide more fuel for a tropical storm or hurricane to intensify. Furthermore, the more recent computer models suggest wind shear during this journey toward Florida may be lower than previously forecast. Wind shear is usually one of those hostile factors that can weaken or slow a storm's intensification. So really, it kind of sounds like all the factors are going to be in play for potential rapid intensification. Now, at this moment, the National Hurricane Center is forecasting Idalia to become a Category 1 hurricane, possibly stronger, before the Florida landfall. They also noted in their Sunday morning discussion there is a notable risk for rapid intensification as this thing moves across the record warm eastern and northeastern Gulf of Mexico. Now, some of the bands of soaking rain could begin to reach parts of western Florida as early as today, Monday. Some locally heavy rains also possible in parts of the southeast, not associated with Idalia, on into the day ahead here. Heavier rain appears to begin sometime Tuesday, then continues into Thursday from Florida into parts of Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas. Probably enough to trigger some local flash flooding. 3 to 6 inches of rain, some totals possibly approaching 10 inches, are possible for parts of the west coast of Florida, the Florida Panhandle, and southern Georgia from Tuesday into Wednesday. Any damaging wind or coastal flooding, storm surge impacts obviously will depend on Idalia's strength and the track. But those are uncertain factors at this point in time. That said, Florida's Gulf Coast is very prone to storm surge, even for modest hurricanes and tropical storms. So the latest there from the National Hurricane Center, Idalia. All right, as we head toward news break, bottom of the hour here, it is 844-844-3388. Back to work Monday. Hey, for over 60 years, of course, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators. You know, folks in the Sunshine State may be looking to fire up those generators with the passing of a hurricane later this week. Hopefully, you've got your Sta-Bil keeping that gas fresh. As it does, Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. You always make sure to store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And indeed, a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios.
USA News Update. A crash during a training exercise in northern Australia has killed 3 U.S. Marines. Officials say recovery efforts are ongoing and the cause of the crash remains under investigation. The Jacksonville County Sheriff says guns used in Saturday's shooting were all legally purchased. The FBI is investigating it as a hate crime. 3 people were killed at a dollar store in Jacksonville. President Biden said of the shooting, quote, "White supremacy has no place in America." Governor Ron DeSantis is urging Floridians who live on the West Coast to get ready for Tropical Storm Idalia. It's expected to make landfall Tuesday as a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane. A senior official with President Biden's re-election campaign says there will be no focus on legal issues surrounding Hunter Biden or former President Trump. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, just like that, we close out the weekend, start looking toward Labor Day weekend. A lot of last-minute summer travelers. One more summertime trip. A lot of folks actually will be headed into my hometown of Cincinnati, Ohio, because Labor Day weekend is what they call Riverfest. And the Western and Southern fireworks, one of the best fireworks shows in the entire country, year after year. So, of course, we'll be hoping for good weather here. Labor Day weekend, it's a lot of folks from Chicago will be rolling into town. Typically, when you have those big rivalries, the Cincinnati Reds versus the Chicago Cubs, that's actually going to be 4 games in 3 days over the Labor Day weekend. So you got a doubleheader on tap there. You know, typically a lot of Chicagoans make that drive down because, Reds, Cubs battling it out, everybody fighting for those wild card spots. Meanwhile, good morning, Big John. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. I hope everybody's doing good. We're looking forward to, Labor Day weekend. Going to be spending some time with family down in Nashville. Headed to one of our favorite restaurants, Loveless Cafe, for biscuits and fried chicken. All right, everybody, have a great week and take care. Thank you so much. See what's happening in Eagle's part of the world here. Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, hello, you there?
Go ahead, Eagle. We got you. Happy Monday.
Okay, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, I got a bad reception. I'm outside right now. Yeah, Steve, I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. The main thing I want to talk before I get to Donald Trump. Catch up. Okay, you there?
Okay, yeah, we're multitasking. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the main thing I wanted to talk about was the situation. I want to talk about the NASCAR race, and then I'll get to Donald Trump and these truck stop situations that's closing down. As a matter of fact, I think I'll say something about the truck stop first, since that's what's going on. Yeah, a couple of them places I've been to myself, especially the one that's in Haiti, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
But you said both of those locations are closed down. I don't know if these people are franchised or what.
Yeah,
but that's just another problem.
They are.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it is franchised. There's 19 locations that we broke down there. But yeah, but both of them in Haiti, Missouri.
Yeah. I go to that truck stop all the time when I'm coming out of Chicago down 55 back into Arkansas. Those two. So that's more parking spaces. That's a heavily traveled road, Steve. Anybody who's ever been to Chicago, that's probably that's one of the easiest ways to get to Chicago out of Arkansas is up Interstate 55 or either 57. So there's a lot of trucks that go past that truck stop. So that's more parking that trucks don't have. Now there's less parking space. I don't know if they still gonna have the parking available or not. You said that the truck stop is closed, so I don't know if they still gonna be letting trucks park there or not. You know if they still gonna let trucks park there, or what's going on with that?
That I do not know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I know down in San Antonio, they got a Flying J truck stop that burned down to the ground like about 8 or 9 months ago, and they never did rebuild a truck stop, and they still allow trucks to park in the parking lot, even though the truck stop is no longer there. So I don't know if they're gonna do the same in these locations. But there's some other people that have taken over some other places. There's a new brand of truck stop out, and I think these guys have been getting involved with the pilots, and it's called 19. I don't know if you've heard of like truck drivers say breaking 19. It's called 19. So I don't know if these individuals are gonna take over these pilot locations, but they definitely need to keep them open because there's not very much parking on Interstate 55 coming down out of Chicago. So hopefully they'll reopen these truck stops because they definitely need the parking there. Yeah, that's not good news there because I usually park in those locations. So that's not good news for truck drivers there. Okay, so like I say, pilot. Like I say, those are franchise. I can't see how a damn truck stop, Steve, unless these people are putting the money in their pocket. I don't see how a truck stop can go bankrupt. So they say these people going back. I don't see how the hell a truck stop can go bankrupt as much money as they making off of fuel and all these other showers and all these other things they rip truck drivers off on. I have no idea. I would love to know what these people are doing with this money. You see what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah, what the hell are they doing with this money? Because there's no reason in the world for a truck stop to go bankrupt as much money as these people make. Okay, so now I'm gonna talk one quick note about NASCAR right quick before I get on to the Donald Trump situation. Okay, now this accident that they had yesterday over the weekend, I tell you this every time they have a race at Daytona or Talladega, Steve. Yeah, I go back to what Dale Earnhardt said before he got killed, and he said that we're gonna keep racing like this until somebody else get killed. That's not racing. I told you that several times about Daytona and Talladega. That's not racing when you got a pack of cars running, got 39, 40 cars running in a pack for 200 laps, and nobody can make a move because everybody is basically nothing but an IROC race where everybody's running the same car. It's just a different logo. There is no difference between a Toyota and a Ford, Steve, or a Chevrolet. They just got an emblem on the front of the hood. So they've taken. That's the reason why they're losing so many fans to NASCAR, because they've taken the fun out of it. And like I said before, nobody wants to watch cars go around in circles for 200 laps and nobody can make a move into the very last lap. That's not racing. If that's the best NASCAR, if that's the best show that NASCAR can put on, then they need to go ahead and go out of business, just like the Pilot Corporation. Now, let's move on to the other situation, Steve, with Donald Trump in the this photograph. I told you about this deal on Friday after he took this photograph. This is the biggest embarrassment, Steve. I never thought that things would get to this level, Steve. When they stole the election from Donald Trump in 2020, I thought that was rock bottom. I thought that was rock bottom for the United States of America. I didn't think they could stoop no lower. But even I'm in shock at what has transpired over the last 3 years, Steve. I'm in complete shock at what I've seen. It's anybody that thinks like Pappy said, and a couple other people have called in here. So anybody who thinks that we don't live in a banana republic, you better think again, my man. When you got, Steve, this is bogus election interference. Joe Biden is trying to play like he's Mr. Innocent, like he doesn't know what the hell's going on. They are blatantly trying to take Donald Trump out of the running for president of this country by bringing these indictments, by bringing all these charges against this man. This is election interference. They got the nerve to talk about Donald Trump is elect. No, hell no. Joe Biden is the one that's election interference. See, this is uncalled for. We're no better, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve. We're no better than China, North Korea, or Russia at this point. With the way we're running right now, with the way we're running our elections, when you got a man, and as a matter of fact, let me ask you a question, Steve. When's the last time you seen Vladimir Putin in a mug shot? When's the last time you seen Kim Jong-un in a mug shot? When's the last time you seen the Chinese president taking a damn mug shot? So as a matter of fact, we might be worse off than those three countries I just listed. And it's a damn shame that it don't come to this point, Steve, that these Democrats have stooped to this level to not only has this prosecutor in Georgia indicted Donald Trump, but 18 other individuals, Steve. And then she had the nerve to say on Friday that she wants this deal to go down by October the 23rd. Can you believe that? That she has the nerve to think that she's going to prosecute and have a court for all these individuals by October the 23rd. Did you hear what I said, Steve?
Yes, sir. It's not going to happen, but yeah, that's...
This is unbelievable what's going on in America, Steve. And then did you hear about this, Steve? Here's another way. Anybody who said that your freedom of speech hasn't been taken away. This is what I'm about to say, Steve. This happened to the president, former president Donald Trump's son, after they had the debate last Wednesday or Thursday night. Did you hear that in the spin room, because they knew that Donald Trump Jr. was going to tell the truth, that Fox News would not allow him into the spin room? Did you hear about that?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
Now, if that's not a stop and trying to stop somebody's freedom of speech, I don't know what is. And I'm gonna repeat myself. That's Donald Trump's son. They did that too. That's not just anybody that's walking down the street. That's Donald Trump's son that they refused to let speak to the American people after the debate went down. And like I said before, anybody that's got any second guesses about if we live in a banana republic, you better think again, my man, because we're definitely living in it. And we might even be worse than those three countries I just listed, Steve. And that's a damn shame. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle on a Monday, starting the week off with a bang, right? All right, 15 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Okay, a long forgotten, I should say, time capsule at West Point, recently discovered inside the base of a monument, believed to have been left by cadets in the late 1820s. is expected to be pried open today, Monday. Contents of the small lead box could possibly provide a window into the early, more Spartan days of the storied U.S. military academy. It's not certain exactly when the box was placed in the monument's marble base or who chose any of the items inside, although a committee of 5 cadets that may have been involved with the time capsule included, they say, 1829 graduate Robert E. Lee, the future Confederate general. Now, the box will be opened during a live-streamed event. It's a mystery, right? A mystery of history, according to the Academy's command historian. A container was discovered in May during a restoration to a monument honoring a Revolutionary War hero. A construction manager made the surprise find and carefully pulled out the hefty box, which is about a cubic foot. Now, after I shut the job down and we roped off the area, then I realized, oh my gosh, what have we found? Cadets in the 1820s honored this Thaddeus Kaskazoka, a Polish military engineer, with a column near where current classes march and play soccer. As an officer of the Continental Army, he designed wartime fortifications along locations along the Hudson River before the military academy was established there back in 1802. There's a plaque indicating the monument was erected by the Corps of Cadets in 1828. Other evidence suggests it wasn't completed till 1829. That includes a July of 1828 letter from a committee of cadets involved in the dedication, including, again, Robert E. Lee, seeking advice on lettering the monument. It's also possible the capsule dates to 1913, when the Polish clergy and laity of the United States donated a statue to sit atop that column. West Point officials, though, think the capsule more likely dates to the late 1820s, well before the academy grew into the sprawling post that produces more than 900 Army officers every year. So I'm not seeing any info on where we can tune into the live stream event or what time of day that's going to be, but interesting. What might they find? Way back in time. All right, clear lines on a Monday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, FlexMat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, going back to Eagle's question about the pilot location, it was indeed a franchise, 19 stores, franchise operation. Yahoo News gave I guess it was Yahoo Finance, gave a little better understanding. These real estate relationships in the convenience store world can be very complex, they say. That is what ultimately sank the last-minute bid by Arco to acquire Travel Centers of America. Remember, BP had made an offer, and then Arco came and made a better offer. But BP, they had already announced a deal to acquire the travel center chain. Ironically, that same Arco earlier this month submitted a bid of $13.5 million for some of the assets of Mountain Express. The one that's the 19 locations branded as pilot that are bankrupt. Now, they said, we believe our proposal will allow the company to execute an orderly winding down of Mountain Express while allowing for continued employment of a majority of the company's employees. This is August the 4th, just a few weeks ago. Now, we also believe our proposal will provide the opportunity for hundreds of the company's dealers to continue to operate their small businesses at the stations and provide for employment of their thousands of employees, as opposed to causing the creditors, employees, and dealers, small businesses, and other company stakeholders to be subject to a Chapter 7 liquidation. There is a news outlet, C-Store, Convenience Store Dive, that kind of covers the convenience store industry. Said that the bid by Arco's subsidiary, GMP Investments, is now in mediation between GPM and the lender of debtor in possession financing, which has helped keep the company alive. But Mountain Express apparently operated convenience stores under numerous national brands, according to their website. In the bankruptcy court's order to convert the filing to Chapter 7, the judge said all these licenses are terminated. Some of Mountain Express operated convenience stores already had shut down. Now, their recent history, it's Mountain Express. It's been a story of a quick rise and a quick fall. It was purchased by Turo Wadud in March of 2020 from its founders. Wadud was described in the company announcement of the acquisition as what they call a series entrepreneur. Made several acquisitions, helped by a $205 million debt financing they acquired less than 2 years ago. That same month, October of 21, they also announced the acquisition of Brothers Food Mart, just 7 months after another acquisition in March of the West Hill Ranch convenience store chain. I have no idea how many locations were operated under that, but all we know is Pilot Flying J, of course. The name, the big name, is 80% owned, an 80% owned subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway, which no problems there, right? About 5 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. While the numbers have continued to fluctuate, the numbers in Maui down pretty significantly from late last week. They're now saying close to 400 people are listed as unaccounted for. A big drop from what was more than 1,000 previously believed missing. But the validated list, as they call it, put together by the FBI, actually they have 388 names on the list. And Maui County said late last week, cell phone data now also is being used to try to pinpoint where the victims may have been when the wildfire tore through. I mean, the official death toll is at 115. But officials now also have followed others in suing the state's main electrical utility over responsibility for the fire. Now, the updated list of the missing has been released with the hopes of confirming anyone who's not truly still lost. We are releasing the list of names today because we know it'll help with the investigation. Now, we also know that once these names come out, it can and will cause pain for folks whose loved ones are listed. It's not an easy thing to do. We do want to make sure we're doing everything we can to make this investigation as complete and thorough as possible, though.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Marmish. Republican presidential candidate Mike Pence says Americans agree with his actions from January 6th.
For the last 2.5 years, Americans from every walk of life have come up to me and expressed their appreciation for the fact that we did our duty that day.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Pence says he found it heartening that all of his opponents at Wednesday's debate supported the former vice president's actions on January 6th. Fellow GOP hopeful Chris Christie worries about a Donald Trump nomination.
What it'll mean for folks across the country is 4 more years of Joe Biden.
Christie says on ABC's This Week that means that Biden could potentially pack the Supreme Court in a second term. A 21-year-old gunman killed 3 people inside a Dollar General store before turning the gun on himself Saturday. The FBI is investigating the deadly shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, as a hate crime. Sheriff T.K. Waters says everyone should remain vigilant.
We don't expect anything like this to happen again. We hope that it never happens again. But we also ask our community to be on the lookout and just be aware.
Waters says the gunman who was identified appears to have purchased his firearms legally. Russia is confirming the death of the longtime leader of the Wagner missionary group in a plane crash last week.
Members of a Russian investigative committee claim mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led a short-lived armed rebellion against Russia's military, was killed in a plane crash last Wednesday. Members of the committee claim forensic and genetic tests identified all 10 bodies recovered at the site of the crash and that the findings conform to the manifest of the plane. All 7 passengers and 3 crew died when the plane crashed halfway between Moscow and St. Petersburg, Prigozhin's hometown. The Russian statement said nothing about what caused the crash. I'm Scott Carr.
CNN reports 2 high-ranking Wagner members were also killed in the crash. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson says he's proud that he stood on his principles during Wednesday's Republican presidential debate. Speaking on CNN State of the Union, the GOP candidate said he was surprised virtually all of the other candidates at the debate said they would support Trump even if he's convicted. A tropical depression has strengthened to Tropical Storm Idalia. It could become a hurricane by Tuesday afternoon and strike Florida as early as Wednesday. A disturbing new trend in schools nationwide is putting kids in danger and could prove to be deadly.
A new kind of vaping device marketed to children is hitting the classroom.
Not just with cartoon characters, not just with child-friendly flavors, but they're now being disguised as school supplies. Innocent supplies that every kid has in their backpack on their way to school.
That's former National Drug Control Policy Director Jim Carroll, who says the biggest trend is disposable vapes that look like highlighters. Most alarming is the illegal devices are being brought into the country, sometimes on the black market with other illegal drugs. He also says growing reports from around the country show sometimes the devices contain fentanyl, which can be deadly even in small amounts. I'm John Schaefer.
At the movies, it's a photo finish for the top spot at the box office. Gran Turismo is projected to win in its opening weekend. With $17.3 million, Barbie is expected to haul in $17.1 million, likely landing in second place again. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Here we are. What are we looking at? 28th day of August. Last week of August. Labor Day weekend. Just around the corner. Inga was talking about losing all that parking with those 19 locations. I have no idea how many spots as far as parking may have been lost with that, or whether they're actually going to allow trucks to continue using that space. I don't know. But we do have a chain of travel centers across Nebraska that has reached multiple milestones in their ongoing expansion efforts, with their goal of adding nearly 300 truck parking spaces across the state. North Platte, Nebraska-based Wilkinson Development Corporation, which is the owners of Fat Dogs Travel Centers. I'm not familiar. They broke ground on 2 new locations and cut the ribbon on a recently expanded site. The group operates 7 locations, each located along I-80 in Nebraska. And the first of 2 groundbreaking ceremonies was held at the North Platte location. This future travel center will be located at I-80 exit 179, expected to be completed by fall of next year. Now, according to the chief operating officer, the truck stop's expected to have over 150 truck parking spaces. Also will feature a trucker's lounge, full-body jet showers, laundry, a number of full or quick service meal options. A second groundbreaking ceremony scheduled for the upcoming Lexington, Nebraska store was canceled due to the extensive heat last week. Now, that location's expected to have more than 30 truck parking spaces, completed by June of next year. On top of breaking ground on the 2 new locations, they also celebrated the recent completion of an 18-month expansion project, cutting the ribbon at the remodeled Lexington location. A spacious truck stop with room to stretch. Trucker's lounge, laundry, showers, trucker accessory department, plenty of quick or full-service food options. And they said that there's no lines in the truck parking lot. Yeah, the recently expanded location has room for approximately 35 trucks. But the site, I guess this is going to be their largest location, spanning 9 acres, with a 20,000 square foot 2-level store, complete with an elevator, featuring a full array of trucker-specific amenities, including a massage tent and over 70 truck parking spaces. That's expected to be completed by March of next year. This is the Grand Island location, currently under development at the intersection of I-80 and U.S. Highway 281. All right, so more parking locations coming for Nebraska there, which that's good news. Hello, Timothy. Good to have you on board this early Monday. Rubber duck. Sorry, I'm late to class. Not sure what we're going to be doing today, but had a great weekend. Congratulations to the grandson, 2 TDs and an extra point run. All right, football time coming on. Yes, indeed. I know high school football's back in action in our neck of the wood last couple of weekends there. All right, hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers checking in from Kingman, Arizona. Working my way east on I-40 from this emergency trip on tour. Made it out of California after an early morning breakdown after just leaving the Inglewood venue. But it's absolutely beautiful country out here, out west. Going to get my shower and fuel Big Red and continue headed off to the east. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken, indeed, is listening in. All right, we shared some of the latest numbers out of Maui. We're going to get the rest of that story coming up. I believe the anonymous hippopotamus had a question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, one last thing here. You're talking about the storm there building up down there in the Gulf. Now, I bet you $5 it doesn't go into Tampa, because they got them gods, the old ancient gods that protect Tampa. So I bet you $5 that storm doesn't go into Tampa. What do you think?
That'd be a good wager to make this week, because last year they dodged the bullet. The models had it going right up in there, didn't it?
Right. Yeah. Right up the pipe. They had it right on the tracks. It was going right in there, and them gods they just diverted it. They just made it go down south and go into Fort Myers. But anyway, so I guess hearing on the news they're sounds like the AccuWeather gods are predicting that to go in there sometime on Tuesday. Do you have any idea where the high tide and low tide is going to be? And that's usually what's the real factor for the storm surge and the amount of water that gets pushed in is high tide, low tide. If it goes in at low tide, you don't get the storm surge that you do at high tide. And where the full moon's going to be, we got a full moon coming along here.
That is going to be, I think, that's going to be full moon that night, which that will undoubtedly have higher tide. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got all those things, but I think I have the solution to the problem of the high water temperature in the Gulf of Mexico. Now sit down, grab your seat, and get ready for this idea. We're going to have everybody that's on the Gulf of Mexico, the whole west side of Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, I don't know, and down there Texas, and I guess anybody that might be able to help in Mexico there, especially that Yucatan Peninsula. If they all have freezers and they all can make ice cubes, and they all make as much ice as they possibly can and carry it out there and throw it into the Gulf.
Yeah.
Maybe we can lower the temperature of the Gulf of Mexico down and the storm won't be so bad. What do you think?
Way too much time to think out there.
How many ice cubes do you think we can have thrown out in the Gulf of Mexico there?
Yeah.
If everybody on the whole, that's on the Gulf Coast there. And some people, they got them coolers, them Yeti coolers that keep the ice really good. You could actually be inland a little bit and make your ice and carry that Yeti cooler and carry it down to the Gulf and help out too. And then maybe that way, if the storm's going to be a little bad, maybe you fill your cooler up with sand and you have the sand. You could use this cooler for the sandbag. I don't know. I'm just trying to help these people out down there. I know we don't get a whole lot of that bad stuff up here in Maryland. Every now and then we'll get the storm surge that comes up in the Chesapeake there and causes some high water and flooding, but we don't normally get beat on too hard there by the storms like they do down there. We just get a little bit of the remnants of rain and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, that was kind of what I was calling about there, just kind of see where the tides would be and then see if we could cool off the Gulf of Mexico. I think we could bring it down a couple degrees myself, if driving cars around causes climate change to raise everything a couple degrees. Oh, wait a minute. That was only like, what, 1 or 2 hundredths of a tenth or something over like 100 years? I don't know. Maybe the ice cube thing ain't going to work. I don't know. We'll have to try it and see what happens there. Maybe we can get a report on that.
All right, I can pull up the high tides charts. Of course, they fluctuate from day to day, right? Yeah, let's just use since Tampa is currently kind of like, I think it's on the eastern flank. Yeah, let's see. Trying to pull up the numbers here. All right, it's a busy map. I've never been on this particular site before, but you got all the different coastal areas, the high tide, Cocoa Beach, Clearwater Beach, Naples. I'll try to get that pulled up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Last week, we were kind of highlighting, are we looking at the return of masking up? What about potential lockdowns? What kind of The next COVID pandemonium is on the horizon. Pappy first brought it up when he'd heard, I think Alex Jones was talking about, he had interviewed a representative from the Transportation Security Administration, high-level official that said, yep, we are in the process of getting it together. Then the Border Patrol also confirmed they were in part of the meeting. And so last week, talking about the TSA, the border, moving back to the 2020 COVID mandates and restrictions. Starting sometime mid-September through mid-October, to include mask mandates on all air travelers once again. Now, this is in addition to the confirmed mask mandate reinstatement that has taken place at Morris Brown College in Atlanta, Georgia. Last week, we cited Lionsgate Studios in California, also implemented mask mandates once again. There is a school district in southern Texas, just outside of San Antonio, that actually closed down temporarily due to an uptick in COVID cases. Now, last week as well, Natalie Winters uncovered millions of dollars in funding awarded primarily to the Department of Veterans Affairs and the Department of Defense to ramp up testing and other COVID-19 related. All this just 1 week after the newly appointed Dr. Jean Marazzo, who is a staunch advocate for masks, lockdowns, vaccine mandates. Oh, she's the replacement for none other than Dr. Anthony Fauci. Now, to further the suggestion that another lockdown scare is in the forecast, last week, the Department of Health and Human Services announced funding, and I touched on this Friday morning, another $1.4 billion to support the development of a new generation of tools and technologies to protect against COVID for years to come. That is what they were calling Project Next Gen, a key part of the Biden-Harris administration commitment to keeping people safe from COVID variants. Kind of kickstarting efforts to more quickly develop vaccines and continue to ensure availability of effective treatments. Project Next Gen is a $5 billion initiative led by ASPR's Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority in partnership with the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, the group that Fauci had been running for generations, decades, right? Recipients of the awards include $1 billion to 4 BARDA clinical trial partners to support vaccine clinical trial studies. They've got a list of others that are receiving funds. $326 million to Regeneron to support the development of a next generation monoclonal antibody for COVID prevention. $100 million to Global Health Investment Corporation, the nonprofit organization managing the BARDA Ventures investment portfolio, to expand investment in new technologies that will accelerate responses in the future. $10 million to Johnson & Johnson Innovations for a competition through a partnership, and they're looking to develop our next, quote, generation of vaccines for COVID. Now, this is what I kind of teased to horse feathers earlier. What did Biden say? Friday, Joe Biden announced he plans to request more funding from Congress to develop a new COVID vaccine, and I quote, that works. He said, I signed off this morning on a proposal we have to present to the Congress a request for additional funding for a new vaccine that is necessary, that works. He's talking to reporters there when he was vacationing in Lake Tahoe. And then he went on to say, everyone will get it despite your previous vaccination status. He said it will likely be recommended that everybody get it, no matter whether they've got it before or not. In other words, whether you've had COVID before, whether you've had previous vaccines. But, if you're coming up with a new vaccine that works, you're going to need a lot of clinical studies to test on people that have had their first or their second, or maybe their first and second shot. What about those that have had booster number 1, booster number 2? What kind of interaction will this have with previously vaccinated people? It's not the kind of thing you're going to develop overnight, but everything looks to be leading toward more mask mandates, which I'm going to share with you the the latest research that now says, and we just came out getting life back to normal after 2 years of wearing masks, and the just quietly shared study by the National Institutes of Health that actually suggest wearing those masks may actually do more harm than good. If we know that factually, why would we even contemplate going back to that, would be my question. But again, more on that study coming up here. First, a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So by now we all know what they call the surgical N95 mask has been the gold standard when it comes to protecting against COVID. But a study quietly reshared by the National Institutes of Health suggests the tight-fitting mask may expose users to dangerous levels of toxic chemicals. Now, they looked at 2 types of disposable medical-grade masks, as well as several of the reusable cotton masks. Study found the chemicals released by these masks had 8 times the recommended safety limit of what they call toxic volatile organic compounds, TVOCs for short. Inhaling TVOCs has been linked to health issues, headaches, nausea, while prolonged and repeated has been linked to organ damage or even cancer. It is clear that particular attention must be paid to the VOCs associated with the use of KF94 medical mask, their effects on human health. There are ways to reduce the danger. Exposure can be significantly reduced if the mask is opened and left to sit for at least 30 minutes, which kind of suggests the packaging of these masks could play a role in the amount of chemicals they have. The National Institutes of Health, in conclusion of the NLM database, doesn't imply endorsement of or agreement with the contents of the NLM, or the National Institutes of Health. But researchers found that the levels of TVOCs 14 times lower in cloth masks and did not pose a risk to human health. Only thing is, the cloth mask, as we learned, didn't really do a damn bit of good to prevent the COVID. Now, they said that there is increasing evidence that has shown the drawbacks of mask wearing. There seems to be diminishing returns on the need for masks. Now, in the latest study, they tested 14 different disposable and cloth masks purchased online by measuring the amount of TVOCs. Now, they had KF94 models, which the difference is minuscule. The KFADs and the KF94s filter 94% of particles. The KN95s, it's 95%. Minuscule difference. The disposable mask contained up to 14 times the TVOCs than the cotton masks. Anyway, so, I mean, long story short, the TVOCs in these masks have been shown to irritate the eyes, nose, throat, cause difficulty breathing and nausea, damage the central nervous system, and organs like the liver, according to the American Lung Association.
USA News Update. The Jacksonville, Florida sheriff says Saturday's shooting was, quote, sicking ideologies that do not reflect the community and doesn't believe that there's a racial divide in the city. 3 people were shot to death Saturday at a dollar store. 3 U.S. Marines are dead after their military aircraft went down in northern Australia. Australia's defense ministry says the crash happened during an annual exercise involving the militaries of the U.S., Australia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Texas has sent another bus full of migrants to Los Angeles. Mayor Karen Bass releasing a statement saying 39 more people, including 21 children, arrived in the city needing shelter. She criticized Texas Governor Greg Abbott, calling the move a, quote, political act. Gran Turismo is expected to hold off Barbie for #1 in North American theaters. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Responding to Horse Feathers, talking about it. Let's all put our ice cubes in the Gulf. Gerald says, since Horse Feathers is in Virginia, I need to call the state police. I think we need a drug test. Yeah, DUI stop, maybe. There you go. Let's see. Talking about the going back to COVID, your mandates and all that. Dale said, sounds to me like Biden's going to be staying in the basement during the next election cycle. You're not fooling me. Yeah, real quick, like getting back. I mean, the meat of this particular study said that the study is building off of previous research suggesting that mask wearing could cause more harm than good. Research carried out by the Cochrane Institute, for example, suggested that face masks made, quote, little to no difference in COVID infections and deaths. The researchers said harms caused by masks, including hampering children's schooling, were poorly measured in the studies. It is indeed possible that certain masks have side effects, just as certain helpful medications like antihistamines or psychotropic drugs or antibiotics all have side effects. Almost everything in healthcare has a benefit and then a side effect profile. All right, several universities, hospitals, even the Hollywood studio Lionsgate have just reinstated mandates. But the newly found dangers of masks typically considered the most protective, could make mask mandates ineffective. Dr. Fisher says, I think the following the general recommendations might be helpful, but it is not clear if we need these sweeping edicts like we had 3 years ago. I mean, some of the extreme fears about the lethality of COVID may have led to decisions that were counterproductive. Now, bear in mind, COVID's not going away for a long time, if ever. We need policies that do not fracture our society while at the same time providing minimal protection. All right, hello to Bidu on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew at the Home 20, like Pappy is tonight. Speaking of which, Pappy checks in from the Home 20. What's going on?
Steve, in the words of Roberto Duran, no muss. Ain't happening. They can take the vaccine and the mask and shove it where the sun don't shine. Told you it was coming. It's just beginning. Hate to say it, Steve, man, we're beating a dead horse here. But we're supposed to trust government officials, right? That told us that you take this vaccine, you will not catch COVID, and you will not pass it on to others. And if you don't take it,
you might
will wear
lose
the
your job.
scarlet letter.
Yep.
We were shunned, Steve, from society. Coming back.
So what does what does it mean when I shared the president's quote? Was that the faux pas? He let the cat out of the bag. He probably didn't want to say we're going to develop a vaccine that works. Whoops.
Yeah. Can you imagine what the CDC and the World Health Organization had when they saw that clip? More than a oopsie. I think we can put a capital F behind that.
Yep. Didn't mean to say that. You
All
shouldn't have said that, Joe. Come on. By saying one that works, that means the previous one did not work.
Yeah. Oh, it worked. It worked real good, causing harm to other people. Not helping them. Steve, you can mark this old dude down for a no muss on all that, okay? Listen, these bodies aren't even cold yet down in Florida. And you got the big guy, this disgrace of a human being, blaming it on white supremacy already. Steve, where's the manifesto on that shooting in Tennessee? Right? The trans shot up them kids in a religious school. Where's the manifesto, Steve? Still haven't heard anything about that. Believe nothing that comes out of any of these people's mouth. You got to dial up 844-844-3388 to get the truth. Hey, you were talking about these fires, Steve.
Yeah, you sent me links to what the hell's going on. Well, the southern half of Africa looks like the whole damn country's burning, the whole continent.
Steve, I saw some interviews with some people. And a lot of fires all around this planet. You touched on Greece, Canada, also France. And when you look at the continent of Africa, and they're saying this is not Mother Nature, and it's not by mistake. I mean, I don't know, Steve. I'm just repeating what I've heard.
Yeah.
Hearsay, so to speak. So Trump's first tweet since he was kicked off of Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, was his mugshot, claiming it's election interference. I reposted it. I was thinking about reposting it just every day, just waiting to get that notification. You've been suspended. Eagle's right, man. This ain't nothing but election interference. This is what we got to deal with. We got to man up, put our big boy pants on, right? Do what we need to do, vote, and hope our votes get counted. Steve, and another thing, you know what? They want to play by the rules. We need to play by the rules. I'm telling you. They want to send out ballots. We can send out ballots. We can't be, well, we're going to be the higher. We're going to take the higher ground here. We're not going to do the mail-in ballot. You know what? If it's legal, whatever state, fight fire with fire. I'm not saying forge the ballots like they do. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying do what they do and try to fraudulently rig the election. But if they want to have mail-in ballots, all the other shenanigans that they allow to have happen in the counties of their voting precincts, we should do the same. All right, my man. We have what we call.
I want to lay this one on you because you probably haven't heard it because it just happened over the weekend in the state of Georgia, no less. You got Governor Brian Kemp. He was at a fish fry on Saturday, and he's talking to a voter, and he says, quote, "If you give anybody a voting machine, they can hack it." This was in the 8th District Republican fish fry in Perry, Georgia, and they've got it on video and audio. Brian Kemp, quote, "If you give anybody a voting machine, they can hack it." The voter said, what did you just say? If you gave anybody a voting machine, they can hack it. Wow. And Kemp's kind of nodding in agreement. And his wife's in the background, and she's looking kind of nervous. And the voter says, we need transparency in our elections. And Kemp says, we've got transparency. And he says, no, we don't. And Kemp's daughter said, it's not worth it, sir. That was a huge admission by Governor Kemp. And it's caught on tape. If you give anybody a voting machine, they can hack it.
Well, that could be exculpatory evidence there for our president.
You think?
I'm glad I took my lisinopril.
Yep. This is the same Brian Kemp and the same Secretary of State, Raffin, they spent like $100 million to put in those Dominion voting machines in all the counties in Georgia. They have machines that are so delicate, they will threaten you with lawsuits if you question the results, of course. But if you get, a governor said, if you give anyone, they can hack it.
Well, Steve, Mike Lindell kind of put that all out there and showed us. I remember watching that little seminar he had, that 2-day event about a year ago, where he laid out all the goods, right? That's no surprise. It's just funny that he admits it. That dude's a Republican too, if I'm not mistaken, ain't he?
Well, yeah. That's the voter that was questioning. Yeah. I don't think Kemp knew he was being videoed at the moment, because the guy he was talking to, he turns and there's somebody else. I don't know if it was a friend of that guy or not, but he said Kemp looked at him and he said, "Oh, and thanks for recording." And that's the guy that said, "Hey, we need transparency in our elections." And he said, "We have transparency." What the hell we do?
Wow.
I don't know. I
don't know. Maybe
I kind of wonder
maybe
if
seeing a light. Maybe.
will this go viral?
Yeah.
And undoubtedly that would have to be a piece of evidence. I mean, the governor of Georgia just admitted that anybody can hack their voting machines.
Man. You know, Bongino was saying the other day, we need to go back to paper ballots. Unfortunately, that is not going to happen right now. But that's what needs to be done. Do away with this mail-in ballots only for certain circumstances, not just general idea, just mailing out ballots. Servicemen, people in the old fogies home that are bedridden, that can't get out, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's exceptions to the rules always. But we need to go back to the old days. And we can still end up with hanging chads with the paper ballots. So, but that's, you know, one of the ways that we could squash a lot of the fraud that goes on with these elections. And unfortunately, it is what it is. I mean, Steve, we got to get these rhinos, these whacked out leftists, I'm talking about all Democrats, anti-Americans, we got to vote them out, Steve. That's all there is to it. All right, my man. I took the night off tonight. We got what we call holiday flex time. If you work a holiday, you not only get paid time and a half, but they give you 4 hours of holiday flex time. You cannot cash it in or use it. You have to take the time off. So for every holiday you work, you get 4 hours. So I had 12 hours on the books. And if you don't use them by September 1st, you'll lose them.
So use it or lose
it. Use it or lose it. Thank goodness we had enough supervisors on tonight to where I could sit on the back deck and chill there for a little while. So, hey, I appreciate you taking my call. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Thanks a bunch, Steve.
Have a good morning there, Pappy. Enjoy the moonlight out there. It's about 10 before the hour. Now, I've been voting in the state of Ohio most of my life. There were a few years there. I lived in northwest Georgia, but I've always presented a driver's license when going in to vote. And I thought that was mandatory. Apparently, that was not the case. I see when we voted on August the 8th in Ohio, the special ballot issue, the new state law required Ohioans to show a valid state photo ID. They say this was the first statewide test of the law, which incorporated a slew of other changes, such as eliminating early voting the day before Election Day. And because not all voters understood the new standards and not all poll workers were sufficiently trained in the nuances, many more ballots were actually rejected this day. Election officials say they noticed an increase in the number of provisional ballots cast, as well as the percentage of provisional ballots that were rejected. Also, fewer voters returned absentee ballots that they requested than in previous elections, potentially as a result of the new rule that requires straggling mail ballots to arrive soon after Election Day. The final numbers are not yet available, but undoubtedly they're going to be studying this before the November general election, where in the state of Ohio, abortion and recreational marijuana issues, two big issues, will be on the ballot in the state of Ohio. Like I said, I've always presented a driver's license. They've always asked, and they look at they look at the license, and then they have you sign the little pad thing and make sure your signatures match up. So interesting. It is 844-844-3388. Back in two.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back to your calls here on a Monday. Who we got on board there?
John.
Hey, good morning, John. What's happening?
Not too much, Steve. I run across something on our new politician, Vivek, that's running for president. And I sent it to you through email at Steve Summers, overnight, hotshotsecret.com. I was going to see if you got it and see if you would open it and look at it. It's going to be coming from Sam and John. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Okay, so send it to, it's just Steve, STEVE, at hotshotsecret.com. Not Steve Summers, just Steve at hotshots.
Okay, yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I did. Yeah, I said Steve Summers, but no, it's at Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Okay.
Coming from Sam and John.
Like, when did you send it here? Like in the last little bit or over the weekend or?
No, just since you've been on the show.
I'm not seeing it here. Honestly, no, I'm not.
Let me see here. Let me see if it may have come under the name. It's coming from TikTok. That might be why you don't. Maybe MICHELEGO Limbeck on TikTok.
Oh, maybe
Is that possible?
maybe send it again. Just send it again, and I'll see if it comes through.
Okay. You have TikTok?
Let's see. Well, all right. This is probably it. Yeah, Michael O. Is that okay? Limbeck.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. I've got.
Yeah.
So that's a video you sent me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's on Vivek.
All right, I've got it in my email bag here. I haven't had a chance to check it out yet, but indeed, I've got it here.
Okay, good deal. That's all I had. I just wanted you to look at it and see what you think about it.
I will take a look maybe during the break here coming up. News break, top of the hour.
Thank you, Steve. Have a good one.
Thank you for checking in, John. Have a good morning. Okay, I do. Finally, I see it there. All right. Did anything change with the Republican debates? There were questions about, with Trump not attending, not participating, that might that harm him? I guess the latest poll, the Morning Consult poll, showed that Trump's high standing among Republican primary voters did not slip, despite his absence from the debate stage last week. Morning Consult poll shows 58% of those individuals would choose Trump for their presidential nomination. The same percentage of the more than 1,250 poll respondents would have chosen him prior to the event, which he did not attend. That leaves him 44 percentage points ahead of Ron DeSantis, who came in second among prospective voters in the poll. So there you go. No real change. And as far as the other candidates, they got the breakdown here. Not much of a change, just minimal numbers, 1 or 2 percentage points. But we got to get to our news break first here. Top of the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Marmish. Republican presidential candidate Mike Pence says Americans agree with his actions from January 6th.
For the last 2.5 years, Americans from every walk of life have come up to me and expressed their appreciation for the fact that we did our duty that day.
Speaking on CBS's Face the Nation, Pence says he found it heartening that all of his opponents at Wednesday's debate supported the former vice president's actions on January 6th. Fellow GOP hopeful Chris Christie worries about a Donald Trump nomination.
What it'll mean for folks across the country is 4 more years of Joe Biden.
Christie says on ABC's This Week that means that Biden could potentially pack the Supreme Court in a second term. A 21-year-old gunman killed 3 people inside a Dollar General store before turning the gun on himself Saturday. The FBI is investigating the deadly shooting in Jacksonville, Florida, as a hate crime. Sheriff T.K. Waters says everyone should remain vigilant.
We don't expect anything like this to happen again. We hope that it never happens again. But we also ask our community to be on the lookout and just be aware.
Waters says the gunman who was identified appears to have purchased his firearms legally. Russia is confirming the death of the longtime leader of the Wagner missionary group in a plane crash last week.
Members of a Russian investigative committee claim mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin, who led a short-lived armed rebellion against Russia's military, was killed in a plane crash last Wednesday. Members of the committee claim forensic and genetic tests identified all 10 bodies recovered at the site of the crash and that the findings conform to the manifest of the plane. All 7 passengers and 3 crew died when the plane crashed halfway between Moscow and St. Petersburg, Prigozhin's hometown. The Russian statement said nothing about what caused the crash. I'm Scott Carr.
CNN reports 2 high-ranking Wagner members were also killed in the crash. This is USA News.
Have you ever met a single person in your life that enjoys paying taxes? No, no one does. If you can't sleep at night because you have a huge problem with the IRS, I've got some free advice for you. This service is strictly limited to individuals that owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes. And if you qualify, we can guarantee that you won't be writing a big fat check to the IRS, or our services cost you nothing. The first 100 people that call today will get a free tax consultation worth $500. Stop worrying about your IRS problem. We can help you, we promise. Call the tax doctor right now. I mean right now, to learn more.
800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. That's 800-215-2418.
Former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson says he's proud that he stood on his principles during Wednesday's Republican presidential debate. Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, the GOP candidate said he was surprised virtually all of the other candidates at the debate said they would support Trump even if he's convicted. A tropical depression has strengthened to Tropical Storm Idalia. It could become a hurricane by Tuesday afternoon and strike Florida as early as Wednesday. A disturbing new trend in schools nationwide is putting kids in danger and could prove to be deadly.
A new kind of vaping device marketed to children is hitting the classroom.
Not just with cartoon characters, not just with child-friendly flavors, but they're now being disguised as school supplies. Innocent supplies that every kid has in their backpack on their way to school.
That's former National Drug Control Policy Director Jim Carroll, who says the biggest trend is disposable vapes that look like highlighters. Most alarming is the illegal devices are being brought into the country, sometimes on the black market with other illegal drugs. He also says growing reports from around the country show sometimes the devices contain fentanyl, which can be deadly even in small amounts. I'm John Schaefer.
At the movies, it's a photo finish for the top spot at the box office. Gran Turismo is projected to win in its opening weekend. With $17.3 million, Barbie is expected to haul in $17.1 million, likely landing in second place again. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Timothy said he's going to call it a night. He said, wow, flash flood warning till 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm assuming you're in Virginia there, right? Because they've had some heavy rains coming down. All right. Just before the top of the hour news break, they issued this for Western Pittsylvania County, South Central Virginia, Franklin County, West Central Virginia. 1 to 3 inches of rain have fallen since 2 a.m. That's like in an hour's time. The rainfall rate is 1 to 3 inches in 1 hour. Additional rainfall amounts 2 to 4 inches are possible through 7 a.m. So yes, indeed, flash flooding is ongoing. Some locations in that warning area: Rocky Mount, Boone's Mill, Penhook, Cindersville. So yeah, turn around, don't drown is the word they say. So it's kind of like from that zone from Danville to Roanoke and on over toward Whiteville. Several counties in the mix there in Southern Virginia. All right. Thanks for the heads up. Kentucky Ken checks in on a Monday.
Good morning. How you doing there, Mr. Summers?
Plugging away. We love our favorite day of the week here, you know.
Right. Well, I made it to Kingman, Arizona, and got out of Cali with unscathed. But I have to say, as beautiful as the country is through there, like through San Bernardino and the mountains, and there was a lot of things out there that, like, I'll say this: I bet you in Inglewood at that venue, I bet you 30% of people were wearing masks.
Really?
Would shock the heck out of me. Not only that, but something else out in California first time I've ever been to California, but especially in the LA, Los Angeles County, the gangs out there, and this just makes me sick. The street signs on the interstates, they tag all those all the way up and down the daggone road. It's terrible. Terrible. It just made me ill.
Wow.
But anyway, I'm glad I'm out of there, and glad I'm working my way east. And had a breakdown yesterday when I left the venue. I had driven 1.6 miles, had the emergency line pop on it was a real tough turn to the expressway. And I thought I popped a daggone tire, but my red emergency line broke. So I was blocking traffic. I tried to fix it myself, but it was just too much air pressure. It wouldn't hold my little repair. But after all that drama, we got rolling and got a truck washed and got about 4,000 miles worth of bugs off of it, and just waiting for my brake to get up, and going to fuel and start rolling. So, but it's been a pretty good trip overall.
On the road again.
Overall. Yes, sir. Yeah, I just thought I'd check in and say good morning to everybody. I know it's like I talked to Eskimo Mom the other morning when she was running, but It's all good. Just wanted to say good morning and keep up the good fine work you do.
All right. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Be safe out there. And, yeah, don't be a stranger. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right. Hey, we hit the news break there, top of the hour. Oh, by the way, the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. So Trump's numbers not affected. Yeah, pretty much post first Republican debate last week. Let's see, both pre and post debate, 14% of voters opted for DeSantis as their prospective nominee. Vivek Ramaswamy came in third. He did enjoy a 1-point bump after the debate, where he was perceived by many as the winner. 10% of respondents chose him before the debate. It was 11% after, according to the Morning Consult. Former Vice President Mike Pence remained flat, 6% both before and after the debate. Chris Christie, who distinguished himself as a strong critic of Trump, gained 1 point, going from 3 to 4%. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, who did not budge, per the survey, remained the favorite of 3%, both before and after. Same was true for Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, who was likewise stuck at 3%. So no earth-shattering changes post first Republican debate. I didn't expect to see much of a change, so that kind of confirms it. Inbred Redneck on a Monday. What's going on?
Well, buddy, I've been sitting back listening. I've been watching the developing news over the weekend. Buddy, I got to run to keep from hiding. I'm running. I'm in the race, buddy. I'm out here, and let me tell you something. All this lockdown talk and everything can be stopped. It can be stopped tomorrow, Steve. And all I need is your help and your listeners' help, Steve. As we know, the American truck driver is the backbone of America. Remember in the lockdown, Steve, even I was out there trucking. Until Dogecoin hit the big time, and then I hung up the old steering wheel, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Steve, you know I don't call for this in jest. I don't call for this to be funny or anything else, Steve. I want every American truck driver to look at themselves and say, are you better than those people that are going to sit at home and pull in those big checks for doing nothing? Remember, Steve, you remember when they started handing out the money? You know, I got the trailer court up here on the mountain, and I collect a lot of rent from the federal government through the HUD deal. Buddy, they were coming up here. There's some old people live up here. They don't bother nobody. I like it that way. And they're on the HUD. And it's a guaranteed $1 into my pocket, right?
Okay.
And they're on Social Security. Why, daggone. Department of Social Services rolled their little butt right on up here, come on in, and was talking to them old people and told them to go sign up on unemployment to get those checks. Now, I ain't got a thing against them people. I'm glad they was able to get money from the government. But if you're already retired, you're on Social Security, why do you need to file for unemployment? They were boosting the numbers. It's just like if all these deaths incurred, this increased death rate in America that we supposedly shut down for, Steve. How come we didn't see any brand new cemeteries open up? I mean, it's just plain and simple. If they're dying, they got to go in the dirt or they got to get burned. And they got to go somewhere. You know, and I ain't talking about their souls. You know, I'll leave it up to Brother Rambler to figure it all out.
Mm-hmm.
But the numbers never added up. But what I'm telling America's truck drivers right now is you are the only people that can stop this mess. I'm depending on you. Each and every one of you. I want y'all to go. You go to the daggone Dollar Tree. You go to the Dollar General. You go to the Walmarts or whatever. And you get you one of them suppression masks. Because that's basically what they're doing. They are suppressing America when they start putting them masks on. And I want each and every one of y'all take one of those masks, tie it to your mirror, go down the road, right on the back of your truck in the dirt, in the grime, in the muck, in the mire. I ain't rolling during no lockdown. Steve, they have looked at the American truck driver as a slave. Whether you're white, black, Latino, Sikh, whatever you are, I want you people out there to think, what happened with all this stuff the last time? Everybody else in America was at home. You was out there busting your butt, risking your life. God knows you traveled everywhere. A lot of you never even caught the stuff. And some of you caught it and said, well, it's a head cold. Some people took it pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't trying to say that this does not warrant some scientific investigation, buddy. But what I'm saying, some of this stuff is way overhyped. Look at last time. You can go through the articles. That's a great thing about the internet. Right before they locked it down, they would say, well, it looks like the economy's going to crash. What are they saying right now, Steve? Looks like the economy's going to crash. Don't play the games with them, truck drivers. Get out there, put that mask on there, on your antenna, on your mirror, tie it off, let it flap for freedom. You know, Steve, if I was narcissistic, I would say I believe they're trying to derail my campaign.
No, you think?
But Steve, I'm a smart I'm a smart enough man to know that I've got enough faults I can derail my own campaign. But it sure seems funny when people start rising up like Vivek, old Ramaswamy, me. People start looking into alternatives. Even Fox News was running a little deal the other day saying that 60% of Americans are looking at the third party. Could be a big voting year for the third parties this year. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Uh-huh.
So, but, you know, I'm willing to put all that aside. My quest for power, you know, Steve, I don't think we've had a redneck in the White House since Abraham Lincoln, and look what he stirred up, buddy. Look how he changed the world. Freed the slaves. Imagine what could happen with the inbred redneck. But I'm willing to put that aside to stop this lockdown. Get them masks hanging on them mirrors, let it flap for freedom, and tell everybody you know the lockdown is coming. Get ready. The good thing is, Steve, I've been preparing since the last lockdown. We all know what's going to happen. Stock market will crash, but it'll be a crash that was caused by them instead of natural economic forces. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Absolutely.
And then that way they can say, well, we had to do it. Just like last time. We had to do it. This bill, I don't know if you've heard about the bill they're trying to pass to get that funding through. But then for the scientific research and all that, you know what I'm saying? But I reckon there's a little clause in that bill that says, you will have to take the shot. Well, that ain't no America that I know, Steve. That ain't no way to live. And truck drivers, if you're sitting there and you're saying, we can't change this, you did last time. Remember what happened when they started saying that they're going to mandate the shot for all this, any worker out there before they can go back to work? We've got the shot, and you've got to take it. Guess who stopped that, Steve? It wasn't the airline pilots, it was the truck drivers. All the truck drivers started cutting a fit. Then all of a sudden, a week later, it faded away. So we all know who's got the power in this country. It's the American truck drivers. You are the supply line to the world. And every now and then, truck drivers got to flex their muscles. And today, I believe it's that day, Steve. Buddy, even if they don't want to vote for me, you're sitting at home confused. You don't know what's going on. I want you to know.
And the redneck ran out of cells somewhere out there. But so I guess we've gone from the dirty sock movement to the hang that mask back there on the dirty, grimy rear of that trailer. Thank you, redneck. All right, news break just around the corner here. Yes, all over the weekend. Didn't quite make it to that 100th birthday. Yeah, Bob Barker, the enduring, dapper game show host, a household name over a half century, hosting, and I remember I was very young at the time, of course, Truth or Consequences, and then The Price is Right. He was 99, died Saturday morning at his home in L.A. Let's see, according to his publicist, I'm so proud of the trailblazing work Barker and I did together to expose the cruelty to animals in the entertainment industry, and including working to improve the plight of abused and exploited animals, not only in the U.S., but internationally. That according to his longtime friend and co-executor of his estate. Of course, we know he retired back in June of 2007. Told the studio audience, I thank you for inviting me into your home for more than 50 years. Yeah, I was actually working in radio back in 1956 when the producer Ralph Edwards invited him to audition for the new host of Truth or Consequences at the time, the game show in which audience members had to do wacky stunts. The consequence if they failed to answer a question with the truth, which was always the silly punchline to a riddle that no one was ever meant to furnish. What did one eye say to the other? The answer would be, just between us, something smells. Who would get that right? 1996 interview with the AP, he recalled receiving the news that he had been hired I know exactly where I was. I know exactly how I felt. I hung up the phone and said to my wife, Dorothy Joe, I got it. I stayed with Truth or Consequences for 18 years, several years in a syndicated version. Of course, started hosting a resurrected version of The Price is Right in 1972, which would ultimately become television's longest-running game show and the last on a broadcast network of what in the early television days were dozens of game shows. There you go. Bob Barker, 99 years old. All right, 844-844-3388. Just enough for a couple of industry headlines here. Yeah, if I drove a truck for a living, yes, I'm pretty sure I'd be wanting to have a means of protection, a.k.a. a firearm in my possession, especially when you're going into places, you know the locales. But you got to be careful. You got to be careful about the reciprocity laws. It'd be a good idea to have a concealed carry permit in whatever state you're actually from. Truck driver arrested for illegally carrying a handgun in Connecticut last week. 34-year-old Brian Lampert of Virginia bypassed signs directing him to the inspection station. The wait and inspection station in Union. During interactions with the operator, they say probable cause was developed to search the interior of the truck. Now, what that might have been, I don't know. Where a Smith & Wesson handgun was subsequently located, according to the state police. Lambert placed under arrest, charged with carrying a handgun/pistol without a permit and weapon in a motor vehicle. Now, he has since been released and scheduled for arraignment September 13th. Rockville Superior Court. Just know the ins and the outs and the reciprocity laws. Then we had the driver that was caught in the storms last week. You may have been out there in mix as well. These storms ripping through Michigan. A truck driver happy to be alive. 34-year-old Barry Smith was heading east on I-96 when the stormy weather appeared about 9:45 in the evening. He got the alert on his phone, and he said within 5 minutes of the alert, I couldn't even see the road in front of me, so I pulled over to wait it out. Despite making that safe choice, the weather got worse. Finally shook and flipped his truck. He sustained some pretty serious lacerations in the flip and was forced to think fast to escape the wrecked rig. But he said, I thought I was a goner. But there you go, safely made it through. Let's get a news break on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The Jacksonville, Florida sheriff says Saturday's shooting was, quote, sicking ideologies that do not reflect the community and doesn't believe that there's a racial divide in the city. 3 people were shot to death Saturday at a dollar store. 3 U.S. Marines are dead after their military aircraft went down in northern Australia. Australia's defense ministry says the crash happened during an annual exercise involving the militaries of the U.S., Australia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Texas has sent another bus full of migrants to Los Angeles. Mayor Karen Bass releasing a statement saying 39 more people, including 21 children, arrived in the city needing shelter. She criticized Texas Governor Greg Abbott, calling the move a, quote, political act. Gran Turismo is expected to hold off Barbie for #1 in North American theaters. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Are you or someone you love struggling with an addiction to drugs or alcohol and want to be set free from the chains of addiction? Then call Addiction Helpline America right now to get the help you need. From drug and alcohol addiction to dual diagnosis treatment, we provide a confidential helpline to help people like you get sober and live happy, substance-free lives.
Treatment helped me get my life back. I was so addicted, the only person I could focus on was myself and what I needed. I hit rock bottom and lost everything. Through treatment, I was able to overcome those demons and focus on my family again.
I used until I overdosed and almost died. That was the end of the road for me. After seeking treatment, I now have hope. I learned skills that help me deal with life on life's terms.
800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. 800-932-1745. That's 800-932-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, thank you much, and welcome back. Let me see here. Who else we got on board? Is that Dirty Harry checking in? Indeed it is. Good morning. What's going on? Hope you had a good weekend. All right, Philip. Yeah, I was looking at the clock. I thought for sure Philip would be checking in this morning because we're talking hurricane. Said, hey guys, sorry, couldn't call in today. I'm sick today. Plus, we're getting ready for the storm on top of that. Everybody be safe. All right, hope you feel better there, Philip. Thank you much for checking in, though. Eskimo Mom, unusual to hear from on a Monday morning. But you did want to chime in. Please say a prayer for Blind Man and his girlfriend, Amy. Blind Man wants the Overnight Drive family to know Amy's still in the hospital, possibly looking at dialysis since she's dealing with kidney issues and a host of other ailments. Blind Man's really worried about her. Anyway, as for me, I'm just kind of chilling out at the home 20, about ready to head to bed. Had 62 hours in 5 days at work, and it's kind of catching up with me. All right, Pappy said, Bob Barker, I didn't catch that over the weekend. Remember to control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. Yep, that closing monologue. Price is Right for all those years. Kenneth says, good morning, Steve. Checking in from the great state of Texas here on a Monday morning. And let's see, Philip did just chime in to say what he said. The cone of the storm is, right now it's getting really close to us. I know we're going to get some effects from it. It's been windshield wipering back and forth. All right. Meanwhile, we're going to get back to the calls here. Let's see, is Eagle hanging in there? Take two, Eagle. Are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. I got a couple other things I wanted to go over, Steve. When it comes to the COVID virus and the debate, some of the candidates that I had talked to you about last week. But first of all, let's talk about the COVID virus right quick, Steve. It's, like several people have said, this is, they can do what they want to do. This is an obvious thing to try to scare people from going to the polls, and it's going to get worse as we get closer to November. Keep even more individuals away from the polls, namely Republicans that were interested in voting for Donald Trump or anybody that looked like Donald Trump. Like I said, you can wear a mask. Like I said, the thing I don't like about it, Steve, I have no problem with them issuing masks, but the thing I have a problem with is when you terminating people from their jobs. My sister worked in a hospital, and she was forced to get the COVID virus. She didn't want to get it, but they forced her to do it because she worked at a hospital or either lose a job. There are several people, military people, other people that were forced by Joe Biden and his administration to get the vaccine, even though they didn't want to, and or either face losing their job. And I think that's going above and the call of duty still. If you want to get the vaccine, hey, do your thing, but you shouldn't be forced into getting it. Man shouldn't have to choose putting food on his table in a vaccine, Steve. That's the way I see it. I don't like the fact that they're trying to force people to get this vaccine. That's the thing I don't like. Schools and things like that. If you want to get, like I said, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't, you don't. It ain't that hard to figure out. Now, let's move on to this other deal, Steve. Joe Biden, if he really cared about the COVID virus, Steve, and I've been telling you this for over 3 years, if he cared about the COVID virus, as he say he do, well, what about all the people that's coming in the country from all these? I wonder if they've been vaccinated when they come in through the U.S. I wonder if they load these people up on these buses and shipping them all over the country. I wonder if they've been vaccinated. I wonder if they've been wearing masks. I doubt it. Like I said before, it seemed like Joe Biden has a different set of rules for Americans, Steve. It seems like he has a different set of rules for foreigners and Americans at this point. And it's not right as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's move on to the Republican candidates that we've seen on television last week. And the field that I saw, Steve, is not very good. Donald Trump, at this point, Steve, Donald Trump doesn't even have to show up for another debate. Whether, I don't know when the next one is scheduled, he ain't got to show up for that one either because he ain't got no competition. If I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't even shit. Until one of those guys pull in even or look like their numbers are going up and get closer to Trump, I wouldn't even go to a debate because from what I saw on my television last week, Steve, these guys are an embarrassment. John, I'm going to go over the list right quick. When you got Fat Boy Chris Christie, you know how I feel about him. This guy here, why he's even in the race, he should have been in the Democratic debate. Whenever they schedule one, Steve, whenever they schedule a Democratic debate, somebody needs to let Chris Christie know he needs to show up. because that's what he is a Democrat. Now, let's go to Mike Pence. Mike Pence, he's done. He's through. He's about exciting as watching paint dry. That's the kind of personality Mike Pence got. You could paint a wall and watch the paint dry and get more excitement than this loser. And he got the nerve to call it. He said he want to be president. It's over for you, Mike Pence. You was in the White House. You couldn't get the job done, and now you're out of the employment line where you belong. Now, the next man on the list is the governor of Florida, Steve. This guy here has gone down. I've never seen this guy drop faster than a brick falling off a 20-story building. That's how fast he don't drop in the polls. This guy here, he's finished. He's done. His best bet is to go ahead and stay in Florida and do his thing and try to make Florida do his thing because it's over for him going to the White House. And like I say, he stepped on Donald Trump's toes. He might have had a chance to be the vice president, but he decided to go over Donald Trump's head and take the whole deal. He wanted to be president, and that blew up in his face. So now he ain't going to end up with nothing. So the next man on the list is the guy, Nikki Haley. She's done. She's through. Just go ahead on and stay in South Carolina. Nobody wants to hear nothing she has to say. The other guy, the Indian guy, he has some good things to say, but unfortunately, a lot of people don't like his attitude. They saying that he's too radical. They don't like some of the things, his foreign policy and all that. So he's scratched off the list. And as far as Asa and the other Asa, this guy here continues to run his mouth. This guy, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, he needs to figure out how he can get some votes and stop being so concerned about Donald Trump, talking about he's not going to sign the contract. If Donald Trump is the nominee, he's not going to sign the contract endorsing Donald Trump as the representative. Well, that's good and fine, Asa. Just go ahead on. You can join Chris Christie at the Democrat. The next day there, you go ahead and join the Democratic debate too, if that's the case, my man. So there goes all your candidates right there, Steve, which is a big fat zero. So, and I guarantee you, Joe Biden ain't losing no sleep tonight worrying about none of those names I just listed. The only name that he's worried about is Donald Trump. That's the only man that Joe Biden is worried about at this point in time, because he knows that Donald Trump has got his number, and that's the reason why he's doing everything he can to eliminate him from the 2024 election by any means necessary at this point, Steve. I told you last week about what the man out there in California said, that he was talking about not even putting Donald Trump's name on the state of California for the ballot. So it's got to that point right now. It's just sickening. And then, like I said, the guy Brian Kemp, you said what you told the Pappy, he gave himself away. Everybody knows that the election was rigged. This whole deal in Georgia is nothing but a scourge. For Donald Trump to even have to travel to Atlanta, Georgia last week was a joke. And like I say, Brian Kemp gave himself away when he said that the machines could be rigged in Georgia, just like you said. And just like they were rigged in 2020, Steve, guess what? They'll be rigged in 2024, too. So, Brian Kemp, you just gave yourself away, my man. And I hope Donald Trump uses that in court with him and his lawyers when they get to court in Georgia, everything that loudmouth had to say, because this has gone way too far with these people. I'm fed up with the whole deal. And, Donald Trump, like I say, how would those people feel? This guy's mug shot all over the world. That's a personal thing between those people and the jail, Steve. Those pictures should have never came out. All those people on CNN, MSNBC, that's so happy about it. I wonder how they would feel if their mug shot was posted all over every television in the world. I bet you they wouldn't. What's the name of Joy Bear, Whoopi Goldberg, people like that. Don Lemon. I wonder how they would feel if their mug shot was placed on television. I bet you they wouldn't like it. So like I said, it's just a big joke, and I'm fed up with the whole deal, and hopefully Donald Trump will come out on top when it's all said and done, and get the last laugh on all these losers. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. You mentioned Florida, Gavin Newsom talking about not having Trump's name on the ballot there. Well, there's actually a move in the state of Florida. Yeah. The legal battles piling up. You got Washington, Georgia, New York. Even if those cases work out in his favor, advocates say a new legal challenge could still sideline him, separate from the criminal cases of the past few weeks. A growing body of, quote, scholars have raised the constitutional argument that Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election make him ineligible to hold federal office ever again. Now, that disqualification argument boils down to Section 3 of the U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment, which says a public official is not eligible to assume public office if they engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States or had given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, unless they're granted amnesty by a 2/3 vote of Congress. So, as Eagle has mentioned on a number of occasions, if all these, now 4 separate sets of indictments don't work, other avenues will be pursued. They will not give in. Advocacy groups have argued that Trump's behavior after the 2020 election fit that criteria. The argument gained new life earlier this month when 2 members of the Federalist Society, William Baude and Michael Stokes Paulson, endorsed it in the Pennsylvania Law Review. If the public record is accurate, the case is not even close. He is no longer eligible to the office of presidency, says the article. Since then, 2 more legal scholars, retired conservative federal judge Michael Luttig and Harvard law professor emeritus Lawrence Tribe, made the same case in an article published in The Atlantic. The disqualification clause operates independently of any such criminal proceedings and indeed also independently of impeachment proceedings and of congressional legislation, they say. The clause was designed to operate directly and immediately upon those who betray their oath to the Constitution, whether by taking up arms to overturn our government or by waging war on our government by attempting to overturn a presidential election through a bloodless coup. The argument even got raised at the debate in Milwaukee last week. That's where Asa Hutchinson chimed in. Over a year ago, I said Trump was morally disqualified from being president again as a result of what happened on January 6th. More people are understanding the importance of that, including conservative legal scholars, he said, which actually got a bit of a mix of cheers and boos out of the audience there. He said, I'm not going to support somebody who's been convicted of a serious felony who is disqualified under our Constitution. And I don't think he gained any ground at the debate either. But we get a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So I guess this is the next route to take. See, it has all these, all these indictments, which has the left is just losing their collective minds over the fact that Trump is still leading dramatically for the Republican nomination. They just can't fathom it. So even with all these indictments, potentially hundreds of years of prison time facing Donald Trump, they're still concerned. So we've got to find a way to keep him off the ballot. There's a group called Free Speech for People that plans on also, I guess the first path involves sending a letter to all 50 secretaries of state asking them to exercise their authority and rule that Trump is disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. In other words, to get his name off the ballot. One lawyer involved in the organization's effort to prevent Trump from holding office said, he told ABC News, they are prepared to take on the former president. We're prepared to challenge Trump's candidacy in multiple states. We're not going to tell him which states and when in advance. We've assembled a top-notch legal team, and we're working with voters in these multiple states and partners outside as well. Now, they say Trump's campaign team is preparing for the challenge as well. I told the Washington Post earlier this year, back in April, the former president's being targeted. What these undemocratic organizations are doing is blatant election interference and tampering. Not even trying to hide it anymore. And it's sad that they want to deprive the American people of choosing Donald Trump, obviously the overwhelming frontrunner by far. History will not judge them kindly. Hey, see what's going with Knucklebuster on a Monday. How's the week starting out there?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing a Houston turnaround here, so we're trying to see if we can get on down there and get Houston out of the way first. I don't know, they keep trying on Trump. They ain't won much. Most everything they've tried has failed them there, right? Well, let's step back to last Friday. I know when you was cutting that T-shirt off of that woman there that you were singing Royce and Jeannie Kendall's song "Heaven Is Just a Sin Away." I met them in a truck stop one time out there in Wyoming. They were eating breakfast in there, and they were real nice people. The owner operator I was running with at the time, he was kind of scared to even go over and say anything to him, so I went over and just started a conversation with him. And I used to promote some small time shows back before I started driving a truck for some of the local, like the Lions Club, Grindr, stuff like that. They're, I guess, non-profit groups there. And the nicest one I ever met was Boxcar Willie. And I won't embarrass the ones that I thought that were total asses there, and I'll let you make your own opinions about them there. I read where Hooters is known for its scantily clad waitresses and naked wings that's getting sued for discrimination. See, I don't care if any naked wings, but if she's wearing a Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirt, rides down the highway and wants to play a game of peekaboo or titty bingo, I'm all for it. How about you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Peekaboo.
Well, don't answer that. Keep yourself out of trouble there. So, well, we ain't quite to the break time there. And I'm going to tell Brother Rambler he done an amen last Friday there on the faith, forsaking all, I trust Jesus Christ to be who he said he was and what he was going to do for it. And the benefits I receive from putting my faith in Jesus Christ is grace, which is God's riches at Christ's expense. So, y'all buy some Stabile, keep that gas fresher than a used diaper up to 2 years. Is that right, Steve?
That would be correct. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, no, I'd even hate to smell a used diaper that's 2 years old. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Stiction Eliminator, Everyday Diesel Treatment, Gasoline Extreme, Shift Restore. Don't forget the anti-tail. Winter is just right around the corner, right there, Steve?
That is correct.
Yep, and we're going to keep Mindy.
Won't be long, and you're going to have to be stocking up on that Diesel Winter Anti-Gel and Diesel Winter Extreme. All right. Yeah. Okay. So we, news break. Here we are. Hey, a little shake, rattle, and roll this morning. Northeast Ohio. 4.0 magnitude quake, according to the reports coming in here a few hours ago. Give you more coming up after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Jerry Barmash. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis repeated his condemnation of a shooter who killed 3 black shoppers in a Jacksonville Dollar General on Saturday. He says he spoke with the president of nearby Edward Waters University about boosting security.
We're not going to allow in the state of Florida our HBCUs to be targets for hateful lunatics like the guy yesterday.
The Jacksonville sheriff says the 21-year-old white gunman tried to get on the campus of the historically black university and moved on to the store when he was turned away. The victims have been identified as a 19-year-old man, a 29-year-old man, and a 52-year-old woman. Police in Louisville, Kentucky are investigating a Sunday morning shooting that killed 2 people and injured 5 others. It happened overnight near a downtown bar. An aircraft crash killed 3 Marines Sunday during a training exercise in Australia. 5 other service members were taken to a hospital in serious condition. Republican presidential candidate Asa Hutchinson is proud that he stood up against former President Trump at last week's debate.
Whether I get booed in the audience, the relevant factor is our country, it's our party, it's about standing on the principles that you believe in.
Speaking on CNN's State of the Union, the former Arkansas governor said he was surprised that virtually all of the other candidates on the debate stage said they would support a convicted Trump as the nominee. An attorney for Trump says there's no need for him to prepare for any trials.
What is he going to have to be prepped for? The truth? You don't have to prep much when you've done nothing wrong.
Elena Haba on Fox News Sunday also accused Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis of coordinating with the Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith in preparing her indictment of the former president. Forecasters say the west coast of Florida could see a hurricane make landfall by Wednesday. This is USA News.
Would you like to hear better for as little as 10 cents a day? Now you can with the all-new Audion hearing aids. The average hearing aid lasts about 3 years. Ours, at only $99 a pair, means you're paying as little as 10 cents a day to hear better. And to make things even better, we'll give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Skip the doctor and get hearing aids delivered straight to your door. We've eliminated all the middlemen to offer you a factory direct price of only $99 a pair. Join over 300,000 people just like you who took advantage of our 45-day trial offer. Now you can hear better too for just 10 cents a day. Call now and order your $99 pair of Audion hearing aids with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Plus, get free 3 to 5 day shipping.
800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. 800-479-8524. That's 800-479-8524.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging West Coast residents to plan for Tropical Storm Idalia. It's expected to make landfall Tuesday or Wednesday as a Category 1 or 2 hurricane in the Big Bend area, with cities such as Tallahassee potentially in its path.
But these things can shift. There's still some uncertainty out there. So please just heed the warnings of your local officials. Continue to watch the news.
Parts of Florida could get soaked with up to 6 inches of rain. Russia is confirming that Wagner Group mercenary leader Yevgeny Prigozhin was killed in a plane crash last week. Russian authorities say genetic tests confirm he was one of 10 people on board. No cause was given. When the iPhone 15 launches in the coming weeks, it will likely have a feature no iPhone has had in more than a decade.
The exclusive Lightning port, which has been a familiar feature for iPhone users ever since its introduction in 2012, is set to be replaced by the widely used USB-C connector found on the majority of other smartphone models. This change will bring an end to the search for an iPhone charging cable when you're visiting a friend's place dominated by Android devices. I'm John Schaefer.
NASA's SpaceX Crew 7 is starting a 6-month stay at the International Space Station. The 4 astronauts aboard the Dragon capsule Endurance completed their nearly 30-hour journey after Saturday's launch from the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Hi, this is Michael, creator of Michael's MNP supplements. Let's talk energy. Do you wake up tired even after a full night's sleep? Does keeping up with your family and or your job leave you exhausted by noon? Do you find yourself turning way too early in the day and too often to caffeine-loaded drinks just to get you through it all? Why not turn to Michael's MNP's Energy?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, Northeast Ohio, Madison, Ohio. Not a whole lot of info, just said a 4.0 earthquake. That was what it was initially reported as from the U.S. Geological Survey. I guess they bumped it to a 3.6 about 10:45 Sunday evening. 4.0, that's considered a light earthquake. According to the Geological Survey, happened 2.4 miles southeast of Madison, 4.5 miles in depth. Same area experienced a 2.3 magnitude quake last Thursday. 2.3, that probably wasn't felt by men, but at 4.0, a lot of folks probably felt that one up toward Lake Erie there. All right. Well, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You were commenting about the hurricane there. I had watched it the last few hours, but there was some chance that it might have went up through Georgia and the Carolinas, which that's agriculture. And the last time that it did that, it wiped out a lot of farmers' cotton that they'd already harvested and baled, and the lagoons up there and the animal waste lagoons up in North Carolina. So I'm kind of watching that since we're coming up on harvest time.
Mm-hmm.
And that it could affect the prices. And you were talking about these rigged elections. And well, you were mentioning about somebody's come up with a novel legal theory, which that seems to happen about twice a day anymore. The 14th Amendment there. Well, first, you're innocent until proven guilty. So the elections have been allowed to be contested ever since we became a country. Actually, if you go back, that was part of what the Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton feud was about, where I forget which one I've got shot. But anyway, I think Aaron Burr was the one that he didn't like the results of the elections, and he decided that he was going to seek some foreign aid or something or whatever. And Hamilton, I guess, took offense to it. I don't know that much about the whole thing other than the fact that they did away with the Alien and Sedition Acts after that. So what they're trying to do to Trump, that goes clear back to something that they ruled unconstitutional. Let's say that was in 1808, early 1800s, and here we are, 2023. So what we're talking about, 225 years ago or something like that, that they ruled that unconstitutional. Wouldn't be 225, but anyway, it was right at 200. So I don't know. I mean, I know why they're doing it, and I didn't realize how deep it went until today. I watched a video about a guy by the name of Roger Reeves that was a drug trafficker, and he flew in and out of Mena, Arkansas there, and was also connected up with Barry Seal, that was the #1 CIA drug runner. And you used to have a guy, well, you mention him every now and then, it's called Hard Gun there. And I think he used to work at the Little Rock Airport. And then, oddly enough, I was talking to an individual that was been stationed in Panama and was a helicopter mechanic, and we were talking about something, and the way the person that we knew in common about was an individual that was stationed at the Little Rock Air Force Base that sometimes took their active duty training there in Panama. And from my standpoint, it was the Chambers family up in northeast Arkansas that they kept doing drug business. And what this all boils down to, it all came back to the Clintons. And the Clintons actually got a movie killed out of Hollywood. I've forgotten the name of it, but right before the 2016 election, because it was going to be damaging. And they were involved with a lot of the financial people. What's his name? It got Jeffrey Epstein and this Gazelle. He was involved. This Epstein, he was more on the financial side for a long time, and then he started bringing in these sex people and stuff. But going back to that time, a lot of companies were hiring these call girls, for lack of a better term, to get dirt on other people, and they were getting them set up. And I can't tell you this story over the air, but there was an individual that wouldn't cooperate with them, so they sent him on a long trip. And when he got home, they had him doing different things. And so, anyway, when he got back, his old secretary had been replaced with a young bombshell, and she just happened to spin around on her chair, and she had a heart-shaped haircut, is all I'll say. And of course, you can prove that's guaranteed what happened, and he became quite cooperative with the CIA over that. After that, so that's kind of the things that go on. But to get to my point, I did not realize how much dirt that they actually had on everybody. And these people were talking, a lot of former drug dealers and everything, which you have to take with a grain of salt. So if Trump would have been reelected, he would have been able to bring all that stuff out about all those people that tried to go after him. And oddly enough, remember Maxine Walters, she was wanting everybody, BLM, to riot and all that stuff in the election and get in their face. Well, back when all this started, because I remember that, Maxine Walters was upset that this cocaine was being turned into crack cocaine and being distributed throughout all the slums, of which Watts was one of them. And she was highly upset about that and tried to get an investigation, and she couldn't. I mean, I know she's totally flipped now and doesn't even live in the district, so I don't know if she decided there's more money or more power on the other side, or they had dirt on her or what, I don't know. But the gist of it is that when the 2020 election came around, they had to defeat Trump anyway, anyhow, or whatever. And so then, lo and behold, it runs again in 2024, and they're coming up with all of this novel thing. And that they have never really proved or disproved, and they don't have a record to where they can go back and check to see if votes were lost, not counted, all the different stuff that went on because of their lack of creating a paper trail. And I don't believe that they could ever say one way or the other as what happened. And now, when they're going at all this stuff now, they've got, again, there's a lot of financial stuff that's going on right now. That's like the deal with constantly raising interest rates. There's a big short in the Treasury bond market, and if Jerome Powell lowers the interest rate, they're going to make a lot of money. So it must be an enemy of the Powells of somebody, because it makes no sense the way they're raising its interest rate, because I think the producer price index has dropped rather drastically. And there's other things that shows that inflation isn't a problem. So like I said the other night, I think they're trying to create some sort of a financial crisis. And then they have all this novel thing, and real quick, they were talking about this novel theory they have. They were going to write to all the secretaries of state. Well, the secretary of state that we have here in Indiana was a worked for Mike Pence at one time. He worked in the Secretary of State's office. They let him go because of dereliction of duty. And I think he has some sort of a criminal charge or something against him. And lo and behold, last time they voted him as Secretary of State, so now he's over the whole thing. So I don't know exactly where he comes down, but I suspect if he thinks that Pence could be president and cover for him, he'll probably go along with that theory, which I don't know. Like I said, somebody's going to have to explain that to me for saying that Trump violated the 14th Amendment, because that's one of the Civil War amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Right.
And that was written about the Confederate officers. And I'm trying to think, where is Trump in rebellion against this country? He was trying to look out for this country,
Yeah, I mean,
So anyway,
the fact that took up arms against the country, no, that wasn't the fact. Now that he's got, as you say, the indictments, but he's not been convicted. That's got a long way to go, which ultimately, and of course that's the case in D.C., right? The insurrection case. So, I mean, a jury in D.C. Might convict it. Then it goes to it's going to go ultimately to the Supreme Court. But I think they're seeing that all these cases, all these indictments, less and less, leading up to the 4th. All along they've been saying, the New York indictment, it's a weak case. And then January 6th that's a weak case. Now the most concerning is going to be Georgia. Now Georgia's indictment comes out, and all the legal scholars are saying, this is a very weak case. So that's got them scared. Now, and if none of them are going to stick, if none of them are going to work, well, what else can we do? We got to find a way to make sure this guy doesn't get elected. It's pretty straightforward, but we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, in North Carolina, a housing development building a patriotic community that will ask homeowners to agree to forever fly the American flag and support the U.S. Constitution? A guy by the name of Brock Frankhauser, founder of 1776 Gastonia, which will serve as a housing development for those 55 and older in Gastonia, North Carolina. The goal is to incorporate American patriotism with homeownership. He said, I think it's safe to say right now our nation's a little bit sick. As I look across the landscape of America right now, I see a country that's suffering. I think there's some pain and hurt going on. I think the medicine America needs right now is in the form of patriotism. His company's website, Great American Homes, the development of a patriotic community will be based on the founding ideals of our nation: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Website claims 1776 Gastonia will be a community where patriotism lives. Part of the purchasing process of new homes, Great American Homes, requires you to pledge your support to the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. They also require residents of the housing development to promise loyalty to one another and continuously fly the American flag. An American flag is provided with the purchase of each Great American Home. We're going to install the flag as part of the design of the home, he said. It's an architectural element. It's there the day you take possession of your home and close on it. And from that point on, it's each homeowner pledging to one another. It's kind of a promise, a covenant. As long as the people who live in those homes continue with their covenants and their pledges to one another, the flags will fly. Which is really, we hear more and more cases where these various homeowner associations around the country are, telling people you got to, hey, that big flagpole, that flagpole you put up in the front yard, that's an eyesore. Yes, this Karen over here complained, you got to take it down. And I mean, the opposite of patriotism. Telling veterans, can't have that flag in your front window. It's an eyesore of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, Scarecrow here on a Monday. What's going on?
Oh, Steve, there's an important detail that I failed to bring up about the demise of that overnight drive T-shirt there Friday. Pay close attention there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, when I was back there butchering away with that scissor there, Steve, I plowed up through there. I happened to hit the clasp on that boulder holder. And here's the image there, Knucklebuster. You've seen the images of a dam bursting before. Well, that's what we was greeted to. Oh, man, oh, man. Now, by coincidence, we're going to be back at that same property this weekend, Steve. I'll probably drag my Hot Shot Secret shirt with, but I doubt she's going to be so willing to model that one for us. So, but we'll be glad to report back on about Tuesday as to how things go. This may be my favorite day of the week. We'll see how the rest of the week plays out, but so far this trip has gone better than could be expected. It's taken away some of the hurt from the weekend. That pretty much the entire weekend. I've used the phrase before, waiting for the next shoe to fall. Well, it just seemed like there was a whole army of feet following behind me all weekend there, bud. And likewise, they say we're camping again this weekend. Well, we're supposed to be back up in the 90s again, so yeah, that sounds promising there. No, Steve, it started out as soon as I got home Friday their way. Little electrical project on a old Suburban I'm trying to take care of before I try to pedal it, and well, fell through. Saturday we had planned a motorcycle memorial ride / poker run that we wanted to take part of. Friend Bud and myself. And as it is, that's it's a good hour ride, hard ride north of where we live. But no problem. Kickstands are up at 11, and my bride, she happened to come down with some kind of infection, nasal infection or whatever now. So she made it known that there's drugs to be picked up about 9 o'clock Saturday morning from Walmart pharmacy. I said, okay, that's no problem. I should still be able to be home by 9:30 or so, and we'd be up there plenty of time, right? Well, Steve, I went to bed about 9, a little after 9 Friday night. Figured no point to set the alarm, right? I woke up, looked over, and it's 9:15. And now what do we do? And I figured, well, my bride, she must be up and about upstairs. Maybe it's quiet. She's probably just give up and headed for the pharmacy on her own. No, there she was, still passed out or trying to do as best she could to relax in the bed. And but either way, in the end, we did happen to, we got up there in time anyway. Of course, on the way, had my leather jacket on. Well, at the poorest time could possibly happen, a bee decided to slip in under the cuff of my coat, and
oh, nice.
He decided to call my wrist up about the third way up to my elbow. That decided to be his playground, and I was kind of right in a dedicated curve too. I wasn't able to start wailing away at him, so pretty much had to clench my fist and grin and bear it. Yeah, things like that just kind of kept coming up and playing out at me. I think last year, 2 years back, I was good for a couple of $100 on the poker draw. And Steve, the cards came up. First, I drew a 10, then I drew a queen, then the jack, and then up come the 8. And no, that 9 was not to be found. So, so we let that pass. So yeah, we're kind of looking at, like, today as maybe being my favorite day of this particular week anyway.
After what was ultimately not the greatest of weekends, to say the least, right? Okay. We got to get our news break. Bottom of the hour. And, of course, we'll be back with more as we roll into the early hours of, everybody's favorite day, Monday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The Jackson County Sheriff says the gunman who killed 3 people at a store in a predominantly black community Saturday had no criminal record. The gunman took his own life minutes after carrying out the racially motivated attack at a Dollar General store. Governor Ron DeSantis is urging Florida's West Coast residents to get ready for Tropical Storm Idalia as it intensifies this week into a hurricane. DeSantis has placed 33 counties under a state of emergency and says he's mobilized 1,100 National Guard members. A team from suburban Los Angeles has won the Little League Baseball World Series. El Segundo took down the Caribbean island team of Curacao 6-5 on a walk-off home run Sunday. At the movies, Gran Turismo is taking a slim victory in its opening weekend, edging Barbie in the box office race domestically. Jerry Barmash, USA News.
Everything is expensive right now. Gas, food, you name it. You're spending more, you are making the same or less money. So, what do? You rack up credit card debt, that's what you do. It's not your fault. It's the economy. And guess what? If you rack up too much credit card debt like some of us, you can't pay your bills. Then the credit card companies, as nice as they are, start hounding you for money. Then you start your downward spiral. A smart thing for you to do is to call the Zero Debt. They can help you consolidate all your credit card bills into one affordable payment. Millions of people have done it. It works to make you debt-free. Make this free call right now. It costs you nothing to learn more.
800-503-7846. 800-503-7846. 800-503-7846. That's 800-503-7846.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello there, Rick in Columbus, up and at 'em. Finally joined us here a little bit ago. Get this new week started, right? I did copy the post from Lauren Weiss. He did chime in earlier at the outset of the program, but he's at the home 20 at the Weiss Compound, Carthage, Missouri, for the next week minimum. Update, the hot blonde wife has her last surgery Tuesday, then on to full recovery. Of course, this all means that my powerful chrome-plated cow truck will be parked at its undisclosed location in beautiful southwest Missouri for the next week. Oh, it is available for photo shoots 24/7 while the Peterbilt's resting. Anybody who's seeking that one rare, once-in-a-lifetime photo opportunity next to a real bull hauler rig, please feel free to message me for rates by the hour. There will be a property use and parking fee as well. Beverages and food available for purchase from the landowner for a nominal fee. And we can provide transportation from area truck stops. About 7 miles east of Carthage on County Road 80. About 25 miles from a decent truck stop there, Joplin, Missouri. Everybody have a great week. I will call in Tuesday evening with an update. But thank you for all the prayers, the mentions, the consideration during this time. Deanna and I send the love of God to each and every one of you. So it's been quite the process. She's been through a lot, but there you go. One more surgery, and hopefully all goes well, right? Hello, Steve in Columbus. Morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there, hope everybody's weekend was relaxing and enjoyable. Ours was. The 3-day weekend served us well in relaxing and getting some things done around the house. Yeah, we're already looking forward to this upcoming 3-day weekend. As for today, the coffee's poured, the car's running. It's time to head into town, see what we can get into. Everybody, enjoy the day. Thank you much, Steve. Good to have you on board this Monday morning. All right, Scarecrow, you got run over by the truck.
Yeah, it's probably a bad timing to bring this up right now, but it was probably a year back. I'd made note of my youngest son, his father-in-law had brain cancer, and at that time I think they only gave him a couple months, but there had been a couple surgeries since, and the last episode, he fell walking through the door back into his recovery room. So then he wound up with bleeding on the brain and such. But as I say, he's had a year and some time at home and whatnot, since. But the days are numbered. I think the whole family knows that. It just kind of come to light again just yesterday. The junior there, he sent the message, Dad, looks like you're gonna have a couple bikes to store for me for a while too. His father-in-law, about 2 years back, he bought a Harley trike, and he has an old, probably mid-late 60s bagger and such. And he'd asked my son, a few weeks back, if he would take care of them. So yeah, there'll be 2 more bikes coming into the clan. Well, I'm already storing that pickup and camper from California, and I'm running low on storage here, bud. I'm going to have to thin the herd out a little bit more. As I mentioned, that Suburban I was trying to get rid of too. But either way, so yeah, we're kind of waiting on the inevitable there.
Mm-hmm.
And then Steve, yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I was reading, I think it was probably on, I don't know, Apple News or something like that. Now, I know you're mumbling under your breath. Oh, Christ, Crow was actually reading words. This ought to be entertaining. But either way, it was the Starlink happened. It came up. I think Horse Feather's first call there. It was about Musk. Apparently, it's his satellites that are providing the communication link over in the Ukraine. In the front areas that the Russia has the ability to jam signals and whatnot, and it's through his satellites that the Ukrainian leaders are able to communicate and such. Well, this has been goodwill on his part to this point. And I have no idea how many satellites are involved in this. It sounds like quite a number. But it said that it's several hundred million that he has eaten by allowing, I don't know, through the United Nations or specifically through our government, I guess specifically. But so it sounds like there's probably a move that we are scrambling to find funding to ensure that the links keep going. And but it sounds like there's maybe been communication with Putin too, and so either way, yeah, there's a whole lot more going on than we're made aware of and such. That so yeah, whether Musk he'd like to see the war come to an end like most everybody else, and it kind of, not that he's fully supporting Putin, but in a different way than the rest of us are looking at things. So either way, yeah, I just found that to be interesting bit of reading there, and I didn't read it word for word, but either way, that was yeah, it's 700, several hundred million is what I think he's looking for, maybe reimbursement now too. So that's all I really have for you here, Steve. So
on a Monday morning. Thank you so much, Scarecrow. Good to hear from you. So, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm thinking, is this not 3 consecutive weekends? There may have been 1 week in between, but it seems like 3 in a row where NFL football preseason action. Another game stopped over the weekend, Saturday. The Jaguars-Dolphins preseason game stopped with 8 minutes, 32 seconds remaining after Miami's wide receiver Daewood Davis was carted off the field. He went down after being hit by the Jaguars linebacker, Daquan Jackson, lying motionless on the field while being attended to by medical personnel from both teams. Ultimately immobilized on a backboard, carted off the field. The scene that's become very reminiscent now. Players from both teams gather around as he was being treated on the field. The coaches met with officials for several minutes and opted to say that's it. Obviously not anything you want to see, said the Jaguars quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Tough scene. The game we love to play, and to see a guy down like that, I know we're all thinking about him. He was taken to Baptist Medical Center, Jacksonville, further evaluation. He was conscious and had movement in his extremities, they said. Dolphins were hurting but relieved to get that word. Of course, Dolphins wide receiver said his first reaction, Tyreek Hill said his first reaction was to make sure Davis was moving. He actually went on the field to check on him. I don't care whether I was allowed or not. There's no way they're going to stop us from checking up on our brother. So, that's, I believe, the 3rd preseason game to have someone down and incapacitated like that, to which they actually called the game. Blind man, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I got some sad news. Amy called me yesterday and told me they're going to put her in hospice. Her heart is failing, and there's nothing they can do for her. It's just a matter of when.
Wow.
She's slurring her speech a little bit, and she's talking very, very slowly, having trouble getting her thoughts together. Oh, she meant so much to me. She opened up a world to me, take me to ball games, nationals, and she took me to various places, the Outback and other restaurants. We went to the cat show. And the one thing that I really appreciated her doing was driving me to West Virginia so I could meet Gilligan and his wife Lucy in person.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That's where he gave you the Steve Summers hat.
Yes. So it's just a matter of time. I don't know if I'll ever find anyone to replace her. I mean, it was like fitting a glove on your hand perfectly. She always was there for me. She wrote checks for me when I couldn't see anymore. When I asked her to do things for me, I never heard, do I have to, that type of thing. If she didn't feel like doing a tape to my friends that I tape with, she would say, I don't feel like doing it now. And I will miss her when we sat on the sofa and she'd get her smartphone out and I would introduce her to old TV shows such as Sea Hunt, and she liked CBS Mystery Theater and other old radio shows. So even though I have Lady A, I don't know if I'll be able to do the stuff she was able to do with her smartphone. But anyhow, I will call back when she does pass, and I don't know what she wants, a funeral or not. But anyhow, I appreciate talking to all the truckers that call me, and hope to meet new truckers down the road. You can pass my phone number around, but for the moment, I got to keep the phone open because I do not know when she's going to call me.
Yep.
So, anyway,
I know. Eskimo Mom had she actually messaged us earlier, and she passed on that they were talking about possibly having to do dialysis, but I wasn't aware the heart was failing.
Oh yeah, she was. Her heart was starting to fail in 2015, and they put a pacemaker in there, and then she came down with diabetes, and then she had to have her thyroid out because they found cancer. So her health was not really good. And looking back, I think she knew that her health wasn't that good, and maybe that's why she put off not marrying me. We were engaged. I called a talk show in Baltimore and proposed to her on the air, and she said yes.
Wow.
That's when her health started failing. I mean, I'm sorry. Some of you people are probably, saying, oh, why do we have to hear his story? But there are some truckers out there that I talk to.
Right.
I thank them for being in my life.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you've been part of the family there, Blind Man, for a number of years now, and things that we all ultimately will have to go through, and you hate it for anyone.
Yeah. And she said if she were feeling better, she would have taken me up to visit Horse Feathers, but that never came through because of Horse Feathers' tight schedule.
Yeah.
But at least I got to meet one Gilligan, and I hope to see him again. Maybe he can come to Silver Spring as he did a couple of years ago.
All right. Well, Blind Man, not the best of news here on a Monday morning, but yeah, we'll be thinking about you, and obviously, everybody, the prayer warriors will be praying for you. All right, Blind Man, thank you for the update. Of course, he'll keep us informed. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I got the rest of the story out of the state of Florida. One of our listeners earlier in the program had posted something about contaminated fuel. It's not a common thing, but from time to time, in most cases, it would be at an individual, like a fueling station. Take your pick, whatever the location might be where the delivery tanker truck might accidentally put diesel into what would be the regular unleaded. This is a much bigger scenario where somebody screwed up at the actual port. Human error has led to potentially widespread fuel contamination. It happened at the port of Tampa, but is impacting stations throughout southwestern Florida. They say any fuel purchased after 10 a.m. Saturday, this past Saturday the 26th, at stations supplied by Citgo from the port of Tampa has a strong likelihood of being contaminated with diesel fuel. At this time, Citgo has not released the list of stations that received contaminated fuel, but Citgo sells gas to BJ's, 7-Eleven, and some unbranded stations. Experts tell WINK News contaminated gas and diesel have the potential to cause engine damage or make your car inoperable. Impacted stations have been asked to stop selling gas until the contaminated fuel is replaced, obviously, but they are saying if you purchase gas from affected stations after 10 a.m. Saturday, report to the FDACS. You can file a complaint, and they've got a toll-free helpline, 1-800-HELP-FLA. But they've got a list of stations impacted according to the Florida Department of Agriculture, and it is a rather lengthy list, folks. Big Dan's Car Wash. Now, there's 7-Eleven stores. I mean, there's probably a dozen 7-Elevens. Cape Coral, Plant City, Lehigh Acres, Fort Myers, Lehigh Acres, Holiday, Florida. BJ's Wholesale, handful of those locations. Handy Food Stores, Super Day Citgo, and a number of, like unbranded stations. Somebody made a very costly mistake. So there ain't no telling how many vehicles. People in southern Florida, why is my car spitting and sputtering, or why won't it start? Wow. All right, Knuckle Buster, hey there.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. Prayers for blind man there. And I got two things, and then I'll finish up that unpaid commercial real quick. What was the deal with that young man stealing that home run ball from Leaping Red's outfielder Spencer Steer? It was ruled interference, and they made that boy move. They couldn't do it a second time there, right?
Yeah, they escorted him and his family out of the game, actually.
Yeah, oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, get on YouTube and listen to Vince Gill. He wrote a new song. It's called The Whole World. See, he hasn't even recorded it yet, but he sang it on the Grand Ole Opry about 10 days ago on Tuesday night there. Still giving the 10% discount for being Pappy and 10% for being Hot Lips Houlihan.
Okay.
You still giving that?
Well, just you get 20% off your order if you use the Overnight Drive coupon code.
Right, that's what I was fixing to tell them next. Well, you fill that right in for me. Well, y'all buy some Steve Summers Overnight Drive product, like a baseball hat for $14.95, 6 for 50 cents, or a one-time deal for only 2 for $1. Steve, that's a pretty good deal there, I think. You can even get some Hot Shot Secret products on the Big Rig Duo pack, Semi-Prevention pack, Semi-Performance pack on your website there, Steve.
That is correct.
You guys, y'all buy all of Yep. You guys buy his T-shirts for the low introductory price of $14.95. But wait and order now and you'll receive a second T-shirt for $14.95. He likes to see his name out front and center. And don't forget to leave your headlights on, too. He likes it up in the lights, too, there. And Steve has made some money, and now Bad is trying to take all of it there. Ain't that right, Steve?
I can vouch for that, yes.
Yeah. Well, y'all call 844-844-3388 to talk to Steve. Steve is just a good old redneck boy who is easy to talk to. Wait a minute. He's not a redneck being from Cincinnati. Georgia down there. She's a redneck woman. Ain't no high class. I better shut up before I get you in trouble this morning, right? And the last thing, if you want to talk to Steve after the show, call him at BR549. And that's all.
All right, yeah, whatever I don't know if you get a different headset. You know, he was crystal clear on Friday morning, but got a bad headset this morning. But thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. Yeah, you can, indeed, get overnightdriveradio.com. We got the T-shirts, the hats, the travel mugs, and some other goodies there. And order you some Hot Shot Secret products while you're at it. But with that, we close out a Monday. So thanks so much for being with us. Come on back. You know the drill. We'll do it again at the midnight hour tonight, Eastern Time.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.